Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All of you are listening. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu as-salamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'een. Amma ba'du, we are going to learn, understand, and the procedure how to perform a prayer, what we call a Salah. It is one of the pillars of our religion, Islam. The target audience is the children and the person who born in North America or who speak English. Today, the instruction will be given in the language of English. This is the language. This is not my mother tongue, but I will try my best to convey the message of how to perform a Salah. I request the parents also can listen and understand this very important lesson for today. My dear learners who are listening to my talk, please pay attention. I assume that majority of the audience has the previous knowledge. Your knowledge in the context of society we belong to, this is the Bangladeshi community, they have a tradition of way to perform Salah, which may or may not be authentic, may not be in agreement of the Sahih Ahadith or the fiqh standpoint of view. So I would request, whatever you learn, whatever you know, whatever you practice, please pay attention. It is not very simple, and in the other way, it is not very complicated. It is a simple, only thing we need evidence. How to practice Salah perfect way. This is a worship of Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. It has no specific tradition belong to a particular community or a country or any ethnicity. It is a universal, uniform procedure. So, my dear learners, first of all, don't get scared about the different terminology, what we will going to talk about. It is in Arabic language. Arabic language is instrument, a language, a medium of instruction, how to perform Salah. So don't get scared about the term, about the Arabic terminology, because terminology, mustalahat al-lughat al-Arabi, it is a technical issues. What you need to know that two things. One is to memorize a portion of script, which is a mandatory, and we are going to go through this series. What are the zikr, azkar, and what are the things in Arabic language we need to memorize, we need to convey. This is number one. And number two is, what is your mental function? How would you perfect the Salah? One of the requirement is bringing back to your attention, your cognition, how to recognize things, because the mental recognition is also connected to Salah. And certain area, certain thing is required, like how to focus, how to mind it, how to bring the matter into cognition, like how to think. And another thing is how to act, the mobility of the different body parts. This is very important and fundamental. Salah is comprising of some statement in Arabic phrase. and also some physical mobility within certain framework, and some mental function, which is self-cognition of certain activity when you start and when you end. And this is all about a salah. It does not require any money. It does not require any other thing beside some of the conditions, some of the pillars, some of the obligatory things, and some of the sunan, which is prophetic tradition. So, as-salah, what we call in our community namaz, that word namaz is not from Arabic language. It is salah is the Arabic language. So please don't get different look, like a attitude towards the Arabic language. Arabic language is a medium of instruction of Al-Quran al-Kareem, the book Allah sent down upon his best prophet of his creation, Sayyidina Muhammad salawatullah alayhi wasallam. And this language is convey the total message how to worship Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala. Among the all worships protocol, the how to pray Salah is the most important. So I'm going to bring all the slides one after another and take a note. And at the end of the talk, if you have a question, send it to the some person who is responsible to collect, and then we can try to answer at the end of the session. Do not interrupt during the session, and the parents also do not distract and do not make any other visual and audio visual disturbances to the session. وآخر الدعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Now I'm going to present the whole thing in the slide, a PowerPoint slide. Please be patient. We are going to start the session. Sifatu Salat al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam min al-takbir ila taslim ka'annaka taraha. This is the book written by Al-Muhaddis Sheikh Al-Nasiruddin Al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala. And this is the book we are going to follow to this session. And all the readers, we advise that to collect this book from the Amazon and online shopping. The book is translated into English into two types of book. One is the main book, which is a textbook on the prayer of the Prophet's prayer description, and the Sifatu Salat al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And another one is called abridged, summarized, talkhis version. So two types of book. It's not one. As some people understand, it's the same book. Actually not. The abridged version contain the procedure and the terminology we are going to discuss today's session. And the main book does not mention what action or what statement or what activity or what is the term used in the Salah. So, and this is a very important book. And Salah, a prayer in the market, there are many books, there are many scholars who talk about the Salah. Is very confusing. And our young learner, including the adult learner who are today's session, and including me, myself, and all others who follow the Quran and the Sunnah and authentic interpretation of the religion, please pay attention with this book. There is no alternative of this book in terms of Salah specifically. Thank you. So now we are going to the topic one by one, what we need to memorize. So first is ad-du'a. Allahumma ba'id bayni wa bayna khatayaya kama ba'adta bayna al-mashriqi wal-maghribi. Allahumma naqqini min khatayaya kama yunakka thawbul abyadu min ad-danas. Allahumma qsilni min khatayaya bil-ma'i wal-thalji wal-barad. The second dua, subhanaka Allahumma bihamdik wa tabarak ismuk wa ta'ala jadduk wa la ilaha ghayruk. Then أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من همزه ونفخه ونفثه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Then Surah Al-Fatiha, I think everyone knows it. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Malik Yawm Al-Din, Iyaka na'budu wa Iyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim, صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Ameen. At the end of the surah, there is a Ameen. We call it a Ta'meen. And then Tasbih, Subhana Rabbi al-Azim. This is also a Tasbih. Then Sami Allahu liman hamida, Rabbana walakal hamd. The part 1, Sami Allahu liman hamida, it tasmi', it is called tasmi', Rabbana walakal hamd, called tahmid. Then Subhana Rabbi al-Ala, again it's called tasbih. Then Allahumma gfirli warhamni wajburni warfa'ni wahdini wa'afini warzuqni. There is 7 items here. One is Allahumma gfirli warhamni wajburni warfa'ni wahdini wa'afini warzuqni. Those 7 items in the supplication, memorized, and it should be recited between 2 prostration or sajda. Alternative is Rabbi Ghfirli, Rabbi Ghfirli. We don't mention here, but just will let you know there is another alternative of this. Sometimes you can use it. That is Rabbi Ghfirli 2 times. Rabbi Ghfirli. Then Tashahhud with the recitation of dua. At-tahiyyatu lillahi was-salawatu wat-tayyibatu. Assalamu alayka ayyuhan nabiyyu ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. Then the salawat ala nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. That traditionally we use the long one, but I want to let you know that you please memorize the short one. This short one is less time consuming and is authentic and narrated in the book of Prophet's Prayer described. All the adult learner, this is an alternative of the long Salat ala Nabi, which we call it Durud Sharif. The word Durud is not an Arabic word, so it is a Salat ala Nabi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin wa barik ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin kama sallaita wa barakta ala Ibrahim wa ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. The wording cannot be changed, interchanged, or vice versa. It is a tawqif. You are not authorized to change frequency of certain word or like an arrangement, tartib, or any other sequence in this phrase. You just memorize exactly where it is. If you cannot, then memorize the longer version. But this is a good one and is less time consuming. Then we have to memorize the other thing. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min azab jahannam wa min azab al-qabr wa min fitnati mahya wal mamat wa min sharri fitnati masih ad-dajjal. Then, if possible, before salutation, which is salam. Allahumma aghfirli ma qaddamtu wa ma akhartu wa ma asrartu wa ma a'lantu wa ma asraftu wa ma anta a'lamu bihi minni anta al-muqaddimu wa anta al-muakhiru la ilaha illa ant. And this thing also a supplication. Then in the Salatul Witr, every night we are supposed to pray a special prayer which is a little bit different than the regular prayer. In that prayer, we have a special supplication. We call it Al-Qunut. This Qunut, we call it Al-Qunut Ratib, or meaning is that the regular Qunut. It is not Al-Qunut Nawazil or Nazila, which is a different type of Qunut. We are not going to discuss that one. But the one we are highly interested, which is a regular qunut for every night. Allahumma hdini fi man hadayt, wa afini fi man afayt, wa tawallani fi man tawallayt, wa barik li fi ma a'tayt, wa qini sharra ma qadayt. إنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك إنه لا يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت تباركت ربنا وتعاليت لا ملجأ منك إلا إليك وصلى الله على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. This is the complete qunut. You are not supposed to increase or decrease anything from it. You can decrease maybe wasallallahu alayhi wasallam or the salat ala nabi, or the last phrase is la malja minka illa ilayk. But if you want to increase, it is better, it is sunnah, it is the practice of the Sahaba, companion of the Prophet. So this is the perfect phrasing. Sheikh Al-Albani rahimahullah, he did not allow to increase in addition to any phrase in Arabic, even in Ramadan. Even in Ramadan. So widely practiced, the qunut is prolonged qunut, which Sheikh Al-Albani disagreed in that supplication of the qunut. Then in the Salatul Witr, when we are sitting Jalsatul Akhir, or the last rak'ah, when we make a jalsa, the sitting, then there is a dua. Allahumma a'udhu biridaka min sakhatik wa bimu'afatika min uqubatik wa a'udhu bika min la uhsi sana'an alayk anta kama asnayta ala nafsik. So that's also need to know. And there is a tasbihat, subhan al-malik al-quddus. This is a tasbih after the taslim, after the salutation in the Salatul Witr. Then because the funeral prayer, a Salatul Janaza, when somebody died and we need to pray the Salatul Janaza, then there is a dua we need to memorize. This is a regular, general. There are many du'as, few du'as, but we are focusing particular one. And we want the learner to memorize those things. Allahumma aghfir lil hayyina wa mayyitina wa shahidina wa ghaibina wa saghirina wa kabirina wa dhakarina wa unsana. Allahumma man ahyaytahu minna fahyi ala al-islam wa man tawaffaytahu minna wa la tudillana ba'dahu. So this is the dua for the Salatul Janaza. And Salatul Janaza is a worship for the dead people. It is equally applicable for men and women. Meaning is there is no disparity or segregation that the women cannot pray Salatul Janaza. It is not the case. It is the uniform, a command, a worship of Allah Ta'ala for the salvation of the dead Muslim who passed away. But there is a special condition when a children below the maturity of age, if he dies, then the infant children or even aborted premature product of conception, if they come out aborted, we still can make Salatul Janaza. And also those who are children under the maturity age or grossly below 15, age of 15, then we have to add a additional dua for the parents and for the dead, and then it is Allahumma a'idhu min azab al-qabr, one time. Allahumma a'idhu min azab al-qabr. This is the hadith sahih for the children if they died. And then Allahumma ja'alhu lana faratan wa salafan wa ajran. This additional phrase we need to memorize and add end of the first dua of the Salatul Janaza if the dead is children below the age of maturity. If you are not able to memorize those two phrases, Allahumma a'idhu min azab al-qabr wa Allahumma ja'alhu lana faratan wa salafan wa ajran, then stick with the first one. That is the universal and generic and generalized dua applicable for men, women, small, bigger, minor, and major. All age group are included in this supplication. So now, before we going to understand the Salah, first of all, to understand Salah, we need to understand a rak'ah is a unit of Salah. So rak'ah is a unit of Salah, and each unit is a separately counted. So if the 5 times Salah, Fajr is 2 unit, meaning is 2 rak'ah, then the Zohar is the midday prayer, is a 4 unit, 4 rak'ah, then Salatul Asr, afternoon prayer, which is 4 unit of the 4 rak'ah, then Maghrib is a 3 unit, 3 rak'ah, and Salatul Isha, the night prayer, is the 4 unit, 4 rak'ah Salah. A rak'ah constitute from standing, which you see in the right column, Allahu Akbar, this is, and then recitation of Fatiha grossly, and then you make a ruku', which is bowing down, and then from elevated or raising yourself from the ruku' to standing position, i'tidal min al-ruku', then takbir Allahu Akbar, then you go to prostration, which is a sujood, and each time you go a different station, you have to make takbir. When we say takbir, it is indicating that you should articulate a phrase, a murakkab in Arabic language, which is Allahu Akbar. Then you sit down after 2 rak'ah, and then you recite tashahhud, and you recite as-salat ala nabi, and then you stand up again for the 3rd rak'ah, or then sequentially 4th rak'ah. So each rak'ah in a 4 unit of salah, if 1 rak'ah, one of the pillar is missing, that rak'ah became invalid. Again, whole prayer will not be nullified. This is the fundamental clause to understand how to perform salah authentic way. We are not allowed or authorized to discard whatever correctly done in previous rak'ah. For example, a person is making 4 rak'ah salah. 1 rak'ah, one of the rukun is missing. That means that particular rak'ah is not valid. You have to make mubtalan, we call it batil. And then you have to make only 1 rak'ah additional at the end of the corrected rak'ah. But it does not nullify the whole salah as a whole. Very important. And it is not a fun. It is not a culture. Unfortunately, I have to bring each and every moment culture, because the children and the community grown up in my language, which is Bangladeshi, are strongly influenced by the cultural attribution and traditions. And they disregard the authentic hadith and the commandment from Allah Ta'ala and misinterpret some of the commands of Allah and misinterpret some of the commands of His Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Because of that, I want to remind you that do not follow anyone in the community, follow the authentic hadith and do not nullify your salah and make it fresh if you want to. That's not the case. Case is each rak'ah is each unit. You have to verify whether one rak'ah is correct. If it is correct, then keep going. And if you made a mistake, another particular rak'ah, then make up another additional rak'ah. Do not discard the whole salah, starting from the takbir and the end, which is commonly practiced in our community, not allowed, not authentic, batil, and if somebody does it, and he is making a mistake. So how to perform one rak'ah salah? So there is a certain term we use in the salah. First of all, it's al-qiyamu ma'al qudra. If you have ability, you stand up. This is al-qiyam. Then you go to ruku', which is bowing. This is another station. There is no term, but ruku'. Then i'tidal min al-ruku'. Then stand up again from the ruku', and then go to the sijda, which is prostration, another station. Then i'tidal min al-sijda. You sit down with another between the sajda and then do another sajda, which is prostration. And the second sajda, before you stand up, you just take a little rest and stand up. This whole thing is called one rak'ah. One rak'ah. In this sequence, if you are going to masjid, you catch the ruku', you catch the rak'ah. If you catch the ruku', you catch the rak'ah in the prayer of congregation, wherever you go for jama'ah to join with them. But if you cannot catch the ruku', then other parts of the rak'ah, then in the congregation or the jama'ah, you are considered that you did not get the rak'ah. So try to understand the fundamental unit of salah, which is rak'ah. The plural of rak'ah is rak'at. So I'm going to place a video that I show you that how to perform one rak'ah.
Allahu Akbar. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وتبارك اسمك وتعالى جدك ولا إله غيرك أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من حمزه ونفخه ونفثه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
So before we go into the next step, just to remind the audience that there is no difference between the gender-based differentiation in the Salah, in the prayer. The male pray different way and female pray different way. This is a wrong conception, unauthentic, against the Quran and Sunnah. All men and women are equally considered as a slave of Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala. The Salah is a fundamental worship of Islam. And during the procedure of the Salah, there is nothing for the women special, there is nothing for the men special. Exclusively during the mobility of the body and articulation of certain azkar, Quran, tasbih, tahleel, takbir, etc. There is no difference. There are certain difference about the condition of the salah. We will discuss with this thing, particular one or two very minute difference, which is not a regular basic procedure of the salah. So the men and women are all equal. All should perform salah accordingly, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his wives, they never mentioned there is a separate salah for the women and separate for the man. There is nothing like this. So please pay attention. Then terminology. In the salah, we are going to learn three types of terminology, because that's very important. One is basically four. Number one is ar-rukn. Rukn means pillar. So in a house, if you have a 4 pillar, the house remain stable and exist. But if you remove a pillar and house is very vulnerable, it will collapse. So the rukn is something which is essential for completion of the affair that it falls within. Being such, absence of a rukn, absence of the pillar necessitates the action depending upon it. It is nullified. If rukn is missing, meaning is a pillar is missing, the one of the rak'ah of the salah is nullified. You have to make up another rak'ah. This is a rukn. So to understand rukn is very important, because it affects a unit of salah, which is rak'ah. It does not affect, unless it's different rukn, then it is different explanation. But this is the particular thing, rukn. We are focusing first rukn, because pillar, there is no alternative. You have to make another rak'ah, because it's a butlan, meaning is it is nullified. Then shart. Shart is a condition. Condition is out of the framework, which is precondition of the salah. If condition is broken, then you have to do whole procedure. For example, wudu is a condition for the salah. Now, wudu, if you break wudu, then you have to make whole salah from the beginning to the end, because wudu is a shart which affect the whole salah. It does not affect only rak'ah. The condition is like a pillar, but something outside the action that's depend on it. Please pay attention. For example, a wudu, you are making 4 rak'ah salah, and after 3 rak'ah, you pass the wind. You break the wind. So what will happen? You lost your wudu. So you have to make salah again from the beginning to the end, because condition is broken. If condition has an impact for the whole procedure, and because this is a precondition which support like a rokon, but from outside the framework. I think you understand. So we'll go with some of the condition. Then obligatory things, which is very essential, obligatory in the salah. Now, obligatory, we call it al-wajib. Al-wajib, this word, rokon, ashart, al-wajib is obligation. What is obligation? Is a command in the book of Sunnah. Where is the command? It is not in Quran. It is a book of Sunnah, wajib. Mean book, mainly Sunnah, but also supportive evidence from the book, which is Al-Quran. But usually wajib is coming from the Sunnah, meaning is authentic hadith. And this is not like a pillar, and this is not like a condition, which if you carry out, you will be got rewarded, like you will get reward, more hasanat. But if you leave it without any valid excuse, then your salah is valid. Pay attention, salah will be valid if you do not perform wajib, but you will be punished. There will be a punishment from Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. Be careful. It is one of the worship. The person who does the worship, but he avoid or he failed to perform an wajib, he will be punished. Even though he will get some reward, but at the same time, he will be punished. So it is a very serious issue. But it does not nullify the salah and the wajib. So this is the thing Sheikh mentioned in his book. Then as-sunnah. Rest of the activity is from the sunan of the worship. And this is from the completely from the practice of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Sometimes some sunnah is performed continuously. Sometimes he is doing most of the time. Sometimes he does occasionally. And if you perform this sunnah, you will be rewarded. But if you leave it, then salah is valid and there is no blame upon you and there will be no punishment. So no punishment, this is the impact not to do sunnah intentionally or unintentionally. So you will not be punished and you will not be blameworthy. Nobody blame you. Meaning is that to Allah, who is the object of worship, ma'bud, he will not punish you that you fail to perform sunnah. So we cannot criticize a musalli who performs salah, who missed the sunnah in externally. But learning purpose, sunnah is equally important to learn, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Sallu is a command, pray, make salah, kama, as if, or you, ra'aytumuni, as you see me. He passed away a long time ago, more than 1400 years ago. And I cannot see him, but I can visualize the way he prayed the salah. It is inscripted, documented, and narrated and published in the authentic books in the language of Arabic, and also translated in English and Bangla as well. So it's conveyed by the scholar time to time what is the authentic way how to pray the salah. So, and this sunan is documented. So sunan is a three types. Some sunnah is da'iman, 100% all the time. Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do. So even he did permanently or continuously, but if you don't do it, then there is no punishment, there is no blame. Your salah is valid. Only impact is your hasanat, reward will be lesser degree. Then some sunan is most of the time he did, not all the time. Then some is ahyanan, sometime, seldomly. So this is the three frequency of the sunnah is this. How to perform salah. So we are going to get first is the rukn. So if you consider rukn and wajib and sunnah, which one is more important but the less in content, which is rukn? Only approximately 70% of the whole salah rukn, and if you miss rukn, it has impact of unit of salah, which is rak'ah. So rukn is the important, and if you miss it, your particular rak'ah is nullified. I repeatedly say it, please pay attention. Then wajib. Wajib is 27 to 30% grossly in the salah. That some wajib is by articulation, some are activity, mobility of your body parts. And then some, it is, if you miss it intentionally, then if you have an excuse, then you will not be punished. But your salah will be rewarded, lesser degree reward. But if you did it intentionally, then you will be punished for this and your reward will be reduced accordingly. Then sunnah is the 55%. So half of the salah is a sunnah. Either you are articulated, some of the azkar, some of the dua, some of the tasbih, some of the zikr, and some of the mobility, body movement, raising hand, moving your finger, putting your hands, putting your legs, feet, different, and all our other activity we are going to learn today session. So if wajib is the one obligation, if you leave it without valid excuse, you have a valid excuse. That is not our scope today to discuss what are the valid excuse when you cannot or you are not able to perform the obligation. But if you do not do it, then you will be punished, but your salah is valid. Then if you are doing sunnah, it will increase your perfection of the salah, and you will be more rewarded. So you will be 100%. Our target aim to learn the salah, how we can perform the salah exactly copycat of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's why the book is written Sifatu Salat al-Nabi min at-takbir ila taslim, because salah means starting from the takbiratul ihram and end is the taslim, which is assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. In between the two activity, takbir and taslim, all are included as a package of salah, and we are required to follow the sunan, the tradition of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in a micromanagement wise. But the grossly rukun is important, then obligation is the average micro and macro management of the salah. Then pillar of the rukun, we will go very quick, then we'll come back to the procedure and we'll see. Just to refresh your mind, you just pay attention in the screen. So facing the Kaaba, again, I said it before, do not compare this lecture with any other scholar's book, any other book, because it will be very confusing. And do not ask me any question from the book written by other scholar, because this area is very complicated and many scholars consider many things which Sheikh Al-Albani, Muhaddis Al-Asr, rahimahullah, rahmatan wasi'ah, he did not mention. So we do not want to bring additional complication in terms of terminology. We follow only one book because it is a very comprehensive book of the Salah and very corrected. And up until now, there is no other alternative of this book. Inshallah, we'll go one by one. First rukun is facing Kaaba. You know the Kaaba is a house which is designated by Allah Ta'ala is Baitullah al-Haram, which is located in the country named Saudi Arabia, the city named Mecca. And we face to them. Then Al-Qiyam, Ma'al Qudra, if you are able, then you stand up. This is Rukn. And the intention and niyyah. Intention is a sub-mental function, which is you bring it in attention or cognition. You just think about it, that what you are going to do. That is called intention. And you don't need to articulate anything by your mouth. Then takbir, first takbir, we call it takbiratul ihram, saying Allahu Akbar. Then reciting Surah Fatiha from the Quran, it is a mandatory. You must memorize this surah. This is a rukn. Then bowing, which is ruku' in a manner that, and everything is considered as a rukn. Just bowing down itself is not considered as a rukn. Rukn is a ruku in a manner that all joints of a body are settled. No mobility. All the joint of the knee, joint of the hip, and your back, all the bones and joints, body parts are at rest. If it sustains the resting condition in bowing station, then rukn is performed. But if you are on the move of bowing, you never get rest and your body part does not or don't get settled, then rukn is a deficit. This bowing, and you miss the rak'ah, you have to do it again. Then straightening up from the ruku'. You have to raise up and straighten your back from the ruku'. Al-i'tidal min al-ruku'. It is a rukun. If you are standing halfway from the ruku' and you go down for the prostration, then you miss the rukun and your rak'ah is nullified. You have to make again that rak'ah because you are in a rush. You did not get straightened up from the ruku'. Then when you are in the standing position, all the bone and joint should go to its own place. So when you are standing up, you cannot hold your hand over the chest. Again, you just leave it, your hand hanging both sides in anatomical position, which is the normal human posture of the body. You just let it stand still as it is. Then prostration, as sujud, this sujud itself is a rukun. Then when you place sujud, the Sheikh said that putting your nose and your forehead firmly on the ground, it is a rukun. So if you have an eyeglass, you cannot prostrate, then you have to remove your eyeglass each time you make sijda. It is me, as you see my face, I have an eyeglass and my nose are not prominent. So if I make sijda, either I cannot touch the ground with the nose. So many people, they make sijda and they do not touch the nose in the ground. Then your rukun is missing. Then whole rak'ah is nullified. You have to make up another rak'ah. Nose must be attached to the ground because majority people forehead are touched the ground firmly. You can put it kufi like a headgear, which I have one. There's nothing wrong in it. If you put even a mask over your nose, mask, still you are fine. But your nose muscle, the structure of the nose, the body part of the nose must touch the ground. Even within the barrier, if you're wearing a mask or you are wearing some other barrier between your nose, that's fine. But again, the wearing a mask in the Salah is makruh, is detested. You should not use mask, especially when you make obligatory Salah. Many people don't know unless you are obliged to follow the instruction for the masjid, a special case. But grossly, You are not supposed to put any mask in your face, covering the mouth and the nose when you perform salah. This is makruh. This is, you should not do it. Even you have a coronavirus or whatever. But exception is when you go to public place or you are almost going to infect other individual, then public health perspective, you are allowed. But this is, well, macro meaning is it is not encouraged. Better to avoid if you can. If you cannot, then Allah Ta'ala will forgive you not to follow this instruction. Then 11 is settle in prostration. At-tamanina fi sujud. You have to itminan. You have to be settled in the prostration. It is rukun. And between sajda, between two prostration, all of your body part, especially the bone, settle in its own place. Like a hip joint, your femur, your vertebrae in the back, your hand muscle and the joints and your feet and ankle joint, everything should be stand still and motionless in between two prostration. If you go quickly without straightening up your back and stand still between the two sijda, your rukun is gone and your rak'ah is invalid. You have to make up another rak'ah. And the pillar continues, the second prostration, the way it is described, the first prostration, it is another rukun. And second rak'ah is the rukun as well. If you making a 2 rak'ah salah and this sitting after the second rak'ah will be the jalsatul akhirah, the final sitting. But if it is 4 rak'ah or 3 rak'ah rak'at salah, then after the second rak'ah will continue the third rak'ah and fourth rak'ah. It is a rukun, third and fourth rak'ah. So each rak'ah itself is a rukun. If you miss one rak'ah, then you miss the salah. Okay, so it is rukun is missing. For example, Salatul Jum'ah, Friday. If you miss the second rak'ah of the Jum'ah, you cannot make Jum'ah. You have to make Zohar because you missed the Salah. So Salah is considered if you get at least the last rak'ah. So every rak'ah is a rukun of the Salah itself. Then one way, the salutation, salam, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, to the right side is the rukun, the right side. This is the 16 rukun of the salah. Then obligation, wajib. Wajib is actually see the Kaaba, and if you can, then you should face directly, especially if you go to Mecca for Umrah and Hajj. You have to see physically, if you can, to the Kaaba and face it directly. You cannot face other way around. So this is the wajib. Then the second is that you are making salah and you don't know the direction. Like from North America perspective, you are praying in certain area, somebody's house or some places, one of the brother and sister telling you when you are praying that, oh, you know what? You are facing the wrong way. You have to turn left, right, whatever direction you are commanding, or you got the message from the other person from outside, you should turn immediately. This is wajib. If you do not follow the instruction from the other person, when you do not know the direction of Qibla, you are failing a wajib, you will be punished. Then praying towards sutra is a wajib. Sutra is a barrier. Anything physical, will go back details in the further discussion. What is sutra means? Getting close to sutra is another obligation. It's not that you are praying in front of the wall, but you have to get close to the wall. You have to go close to the object of sutra. Then Sutra is not a line. Sutra is not a stick fallen or laying down in front of you. It should have some certain degree of height of the sutra, height. If the height is not above the ground, like at least we will like a one span or two span at least, then it is not a sutra. Then preventing anyone who try to pass in front of you, even you pray in Mecca. If you do not prevent, what we saw when in our community, our children is passing in front of us when we pray and we do not stop them. If you do not stop them, then you are not performing an obligation. You will be punished. You will be punished not to prevent. So preventing other, it is a part of Salah. You have to move. Salah is a worship established by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who command you that if anyone passing in front of you when you are praying, you have to stop the other person. Even it is a goat, even it is a child, even it is another person, regardless. Nobody should move in front of you between sutra and you. So this is an obligation, but your salah is valid. Then tawawuz, this is an obligation, which we mentioned that it is not mere a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, but additional 3 words must be recited with it. This is sunnah. Additional 3 words, hamzihi or nafkhihi or nafsi, this is sunnah. But if you say a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, then you perform the obligation. And each rak'ah same. Second rak'ah you have the same. Many people, they do not recite tawawuz, isti'az billahi ta'ala, the ta'awuz billah, like every rak'ah. It is incorrect. You have to recite according to Sheikh al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala rahmatan wasi'ah, he mentioned. Then if you are praying the secret quiet prayer, like Salatul Asr, Salatul Zuhr, these are the quiet prayer, Salatul Sirri. And Salatul Zahir is the Fajr Salah, when you recite the recitation loudly. If you are behind the Imam and you do not hear what Imam is reciting, then reciting Surah Fatiha is an obligation. It is an obligation. If you do not hear very clearly, I'm telling you, it is an obligation in the jama'ah, in the congregation, but it is not considered as a rukun. It is considered as an obligation. So you have to perform. If you do not perform, your salat is valid, but according to Imam al-Albani, rahimahullah ta'ala, then if the person is behind the Imam and Imam is reciting quietly, which is Salatul Asr, Salatul Zuhr, then you must recite Surah Fatiha. Is an recitation of Surah Fatiha every rak'ah is an obligation. But recitation of Fatiha, we mention it as a rukun as well. It depends on where you are reciting. If you are making salah individually without any congregation, then rule is different. Individual performance of salah demands every rak'ah you must recite Surah Fatiha is a rukun. Then takbir for ruku', Allahu Akbar, then you place your hand firmly on the knees and you spread the finger grasping the knee. It is an obligation. Many people, they put their hand, they do not grasp firmly. That is violation of obligation. Then you stretch your back and make a label that if you put a water to be poured upon it, then it settles down on its own. So I will show the picture and you will understand. And then you raising from the back and say tasmi', which is Sami Allahu liman hamida. That is tasmi', this is obligation. But tahmid, Rabbana lakal hamd or Rabbana walakal hamd, it is a sunnah. It is a sunnah. But tasmi' is an obligation. Then takbir for sujud, Allahu Akbar is an obligation. Then you lift your elbow from the ground. If you do not lift your elbow, you are violating an obligation. Especially the women in our country, they put their elbow on the ground during sijda, which is a violation of obligation. Then your knees and likewise of the toes and the feet should be placed on the ground. So 7 bone or body part that must be on the ground. Forehead and 2 hands, 2 knees, and 2 and the toes of the 2 feet. Those 7. Again, forehead is 1 body part, 2 hands is 3, then another 2 is 2 knees and 2 body parts, foot, toes, 2 way, both sides. The 7 bone must be touched in the ground. It is an obligation. If you raise your feet from the ground, you are violating an obligation. Then in the sujud, you have to be straight. I'tidalu fi sujud. It is an obligation. Then raising up from the ruku', making takbir is an obligation. Then you have to sit down and between the 2 ruku', 2 way. Traditionally, if you put left foot and you sit on it, so we must sit on the left foot between 2 prostration. This is the statement made by Sheikh Al-Albani rahmahullah, and he said it is wajib, it is an obligation. But sometime you can sit in between 2 prostration with iqa, with the upon heel. We'll show the picture afterwards. Then saying takbir from the 2nd prostration, then saying takbir when you raise up hand from the 2nd prostration and intends to get up from the 2nd rak'ah. Then you finish 2nd rak'ah, he sits to perform tashahhud. This tashahhud after the 2 rak'ah, this is an obligation. It is not a rukun. If you miss the tashahhud after the 2nd rak'ah, you have to make sizda sahu, the corrective sizda, which we will describe very soon, inshallah ta'ala. Then making a tashahhud, which is the phrase at-tahiyyatu lillahi was-salawatu ila al-akhir ad-du'a. This is tashahhud. This is an obligation. Then saying takbir 3rd and 4th rak'ah is also an obligation. Then you sit for the final tashahhud, which is an obligation. Sit down and you make a salah ala nabi, which is we describe that Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. And you should memorize this is salat ala nabi. It is the after the 2 rak'ah middle sitting. It is sunnah, but at the end sitting, the final sitting, the recitation of Salat ala Nabi is an obligation. So it is not a rukun, it is an obligation. Then sunnah. Sunnah has a lot. We are collecting sunnah only described in the book, summarized a brief version of the Sifatu Salat al-Nabi. Praying with shoes is a sunnah. Praying with shoes. Like when you are going to pray, you put a shoes. If you have a special shoes at home, please wear it. Especially the women who are at home, they can wear special shoes each time they pray Salah. Alternative of the shoes is you can put socks. It's close to the shoes, but wear something. Wear shoes or socks before evening Salah. Then you are performing a very important sunnah. If you taking off the shoes and taking off the socks, it is contradictory to the sunnah. But you are allowed to pray without shoes and without socks. If you do it sometime, that's also permissible. Raising hands, which is raful yadain, it is a sunnah. When you make takbir for ruku', going to before ruku' and after ruku'. This is a sunnah, very important sunnah. Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam continuously he did it in his entire life, and not entire life like the after he established his 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 salah perfectly, he did it persistently. Then placing right hand over left hand, and it should be placing hands on the chest. Both are sunnah. And you maintain a khushu', humility and attentiveness in the prayer. You are looking to the place of prostration. It is a sunnah. You should not look other than the place of prostration. You do not close your eyes, but look at it. If you close your eyes, you are not performing sunnah, but you will not be blamed for it. This subjective variation of attention, the mechanism of attention depends on the person's performance. Dua ul istiftah, which we subhanaka Allahumma bihamdik wa tabarak asmuk. This is the dua ul istiftah. But the fourth salah, we mention Allahumma ba'id bayna bayni wa bayna khataya. These are two types of dua. Try to memorize. This is a sunnah. Saying basmala, which is Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, silently in both salah is a sunnah. Both salah, the quiet salah and the silent salah. Reciting another surah is a sunnah. Even if it is third rakah and fourth rakah, it is also a sunnah. Many people, they hesitate not to add another surah after Fatiha in the third and fourth rakah. That's not correct. In the Sahaba, at least over 100 Sahaba, they used to perform all the 4 rakah, all the 3 rakah, additional surah after Fatiha. So it is allowed. If you perform, it's good. If you do not perform, that's okay. But you are missing the reward. That's the big deal. Recitation, first rakah must be longer than the second rakah. It is sunnah. Recitation of the last 2 rakah shorter than the first 2. Meaning is if you can recite second, third and fourth, only one ayah. You can say, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad. Then you just prostrate. Or inna a'tainaka al-kawsar fasalli li rabbika wanhar. That's it. Few ayahs, 1 or 2, 3 ayahs. And then you are earning a lot of reward. Loud and quiet recitation. If by chance someone praying in a situation that he cannot focus in, he cannot concentrate, so he is making a loud recitation in the Zohar Salah, it is okay. He is just violating the Sunnah. It is not an obligation that if you recite loudly in the Zohar Salah, if you recite loudly in the Asr Salah, you are violating only Sunnah. It is not an obligation. So do not criticize without any valid reason. If you want to, just recite loudly, no problem. Only thing is that your salah will be correct and perfect, because some situation, people, especially when very big crowd, they are making a lot of noise in the background and they cannot pay attention what they are reciting. In that situation, make loudly, because your wajibat and your tartil and your other things will be correct when you sacrifice one sunnah in that spot, but it depends on the knowledge. The recitation of the Quran with tartil and beautifully, it is a sunnah. So raising hands from the ruku', it is a sunnah. There are certain area in the sijda, you can raise your hand when you go to sijda, when you go to ruku', when you stand up from the ruku', when you go to second sijda, every places, sometimes you can raise hands. You are not seeing this thing in the ordinary folks in the masjid, but that doesn't mean that the raising hand does not exist. It is a sunnah. If you do one sunnah, you will be rewarded enormously by Allah Tabaraka Ta'ala. You should keep elbows apart from your side when you make shizda. It is a tajafi. Tajafi is an activity when you take your elbow away from your abdomen in the prostration. And also in the ruku', when you make ruku', you should take your elbow away from your side of the body, which is hip or your thigh. Tasbih 3 times is a sunnah. If you make tasbih Subhana Rabbil Azim 1 time, you are missing the sunnah. But your salah is correct. What is happening? You will not be rewarded as if you attain a sunnah. Sunnah is 3 times minimum, then 5 times, then 7 times. The odd number of recitation of tasbih is sunnah. But if you do 1 time, you are like skipping a sunnah. Your salah is valid, but the reason at least 1 time you should recite tasbih, because to be stable in that station, it is a rukun. So in the light of perform a rukun properly, fixation and stability of the body parts, it is a must action. Meaning is, if you are moving and you are not stand still all the body part, then your rukun is missing. So anyway, you have no choice. That's why we recommend that if you do not want to perform the sunnah when you are making salah very short in a very quick session, then at least recite tasbih 1 time. Meaning is, you like it or not, you have to be stable and immobilized your body part in certain station, because this is a rukun. Making all pillar equal, it is another very difficult sunnah. Very few people can make it. It is not easy. Meaning is, your sajda will be equal to your qawma, qiyam, and then your ruku will be equal to sajda. And between ruku, between two sajda, you will equal. All pillars are in equal length. If you can do in 1 rakah, that is another sunnah which is very challenging, and someone can practice by themselves. It is demands a lot of practice. You should raise hand when you rise up. It's also from sunnah. Then tahmid, Rabbana lakal hamd. Then raising hands from the prostration sometime, also a sunnah, placing hands upon the ground before knee. Many people, they put their knees in the ground before the hand. It is violation of sunnah. We will show you the evidence. Then when you rest on the ground, your palms and your fingers should be extend together towards Qibla, and should be firm. You keep the fingers close to them, and also pointing them to Qibla. Tip of the toes of your feet should be pointed towards Qibla. So your heel should be straightened up and joined together. It is a sunnah. You should say tasbih in 3 times, is sunnah. And you should raise hands sometimes between two sajda. It is a sunnah. Right foot upright when you are sitting on the ground. It is a sunnah. Then your toes of the right foot point towards Qibla is a sunnah. So this slide, what we mentioned, is zikr between sitting position. Allahumma gfirli, warhamni, wajburni, warfa'ni, wa'afini, warzuqni. This is a prolonged. But the shorter one is Rabbi gfirli, couple of times. You can recite between sajda is a sunnah. Then again, second prostration, raising hand. Again, second raising hands when you are raising from the sitting condition is a sunnah. Sitting at the rest, jalsatul istiraha, meaning is after the second sajda, when you are about to get up from the ground, you should rest a while, a few seconds. It's called jalsatul istiraha. It is a sunnah. And when you get up, supporting himself on the ground with the fist clenched, it is a sunnah. Fist clenched. and then you make the second rakah shorter than the first rakah. So if you recite a surah in the Quran, first rakah, try to make second surah shorter than the first. It is a sunnah if you can do it. If you cannot, then it's fine. Then sits the left foot flat and sit on it. It is a sunnah, keeping palm, right hand on the right thigh and the right knee. Is a sunnah, keeping left hand on the left thigh, left knee. Is a sunnah. Moving index finger, like a moving, fixing one side upon it. This is the movement. It is a sunnah. Tahrikul usbu'. Okay, and then you supplicate Nabi Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is a sunnah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. This is the sunnah when you make the middle sitting of the third rakah Salah, Salatul Maghrib, and the fourth rakah Salah, Salatul Isha and Dhuhr. The middle you make it is sunnah. But if you're making the final sitting, then Salat ala Nabi is not a sunnah, it is obligation, as we described before. And dua, that after Salat ala Nabi, you can make dua. Then when you are sitting, you have to make takbir. When you raise hand sometime from the sitting position in the Bitr Salah, you can make kunut. Kunut is a sunnah. Kunut is not an obligation. Kunut is not a rukun. So you have to be mindful and pay attention. And you can read some days, some nights you can avoid. Both are sunnah. And if you make a ruku', when you should make a kunut, it should make before ruku', it is sunnah. It is not after ruku'. It is before ruku', it is sunnah. But if you follow the imam in the masjid, just follow the imam, because the following imam is an obligation, not a sunnah. So if when you have conflict of interest between the sunnah and obligation, obligation get priority. You should avoid the sunnah in that case. Final tashahud and sitting left hip resting on the ground is the final sitting, is tawarruk. It is a sunnah. If you can make it tawarruk, it is a sunnah. And right foot must be placed upon the ground. It is the sunnah. And you lean heavily on the left knee when you are sitting, supporting them, not the right knee, left knee. Right knee you can lift up from the ground if you can, or you can place it on the ground, right knee. But left knee is the opposite. You have to put your body weight on it through your hand. And supplication before salam, and you give a salutation in the left side. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, right side one time, it is a rukun. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, left side, it is a sunnah. But in general, saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, this phrase is wajib. Activity, moving your face out of the fashion, you are out of the salah. So if you even you are in Salatul Janaza, left side salam is a sunnah. Even imam making only right side, but you can make on your own left side. And then we are following the picture of this, some of the condition of the salah. So condition is that for the men and the women, there is a certain body area, we call it aura. Aura, it is a term used in the fiqh or in the Islam, and we need to learn this aura. Aura meaning is a certain area of the body. For the man, it is from the navel, the belly button, and up until to the knee. So covering the belly button and completely cover the knee, it is aura. You are not encouraged to make salah the way I showing the picture with the 3/4 pant in the salah. It is not good. It is actually disrespect to the worship of Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. You should not, for the sake of understanding of the body part, which is a mandatory, you must cover, because this masculine aura, covering is a condition, short. So if you uncover in certain area, then your condition is lost. When condition is lost, then whole thing is fallen apart. That's the point. So we have to pay attention what is masculine aura for the man is means. So area is this. And then what happened nowadays? Nowadays, as I remember in my memory, it is like a 2002. All the manufacturing garments industry in the whole world, they try to make a pants or short or trouser with low waist. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun. That was not the case when I was a kid. Even in 90s, even in 80s, the pant was not made up like that way. So after the 2000 or 2001 or 2, all the cloth designer, the fashion designer, they made the trouser low waist. So what happened when you make sijda or ruku, your aura is exposed, especially for the boys, even girls, Allah musta'an. For the boys, if your aura is uncovered, then your condition of the salah is broken. And condition is a serious thing like a rokon, is a pillar. If it is breached, the condition, then all things fallen apart. You have to redo it again. So when you have a t-shirt or best thing, always tuck in. You tuck the inside the pant with the belt. Secure it that is covered. Do not let it go. Okay, and then you should not purchase a pant or a cloth which uncover your back. It's not, it's a worship of Allah Ta'ala, and certain grammar and etiquettes, manners are prescribed. It's for the man. So this is the potential space when you can get exposed during prayer. And it is should be maintained all the time, because condition like a wudu is a condition you have to maintain all the time. But in case it happen, you just cover it immediately. If you cover it immediately, inshallah, Allah will forgive you because of your inability. Your salah is valid. Please be careful. If a condition is breached, temporary reason, for example, you have a impurities below your shoes, and you get the smell, you get the color of impurities like a feces or other thing underneath of your shoes, and you just get to know, then you just take off the shoes. Your salah is still valid. Same as like aura. But if you are continuously doing about the whole salah, then your whole salah is gone. So what is suggestion, it is subject to be further discussion and the fatwa. And I'm not in a position to give a fatwa which is correct and which is not permissible. The best thing is avoid. Always cover the aura. This is the safety. It is a condition, short, and is a precondition required for the salah for the man. For feminine aura is cover the hair. Cover the hair. Number one, you have to cover the hair. Then your body anatomy, like your waistline, you do not make it visible to other people. Do not use any transparent or light, like a transparent or see-through garments when you are praying. You should use a garments which is thick and is not see-through, and your waistline is not visible, so as you see in the picture. And also the nail polish. Most of the nail polish, if it is very thick and coating, protecting your finger, which water cannot reach possible. Some nail polish are water permeable, but in a slow rate. Some water can go, moisture can go, but a slow rate. It depends on how thick it is. It is judgment issue. And on top of it, as a Muslimah, a feminine, why you are using the debatable nail polish? You should not. You use other dye, which is water permeable, not to invalidate your wudu. And then finally, for the heel, when you are standing position, you supposed to cover your feet. Your back of your feet must be covered. If you uncover, your aura is uncovered. According to a majority, not majority scholar, but Sheikh Al-Albani in a position, rahimahullah rahmatan wasiya, he said covering of the feet is the aura for the feminine. But the face of the feminine must not be covered. It is uncovered, is a part of the aura. So face is not part of aura in the Salah. So the definition of aura in the Salah is different than the outside of the Salah when the female go outside of their home. So the case of the female aura is different place to place, but in the Salah, they have to cover, but their hand is covering is not a mandatory. According to authentic opinion, you can uncover your hand. For the female, it is not part of aura in the Salah. So I think you got the point. For the feminine, is important. Then wearing a shoes. Wearing the shoes in the prayer. It is a sunnah, highly encouraged in the sunnah of the prayer. Meaning is we do opposite. When we go to prayer, we take off our shoes. This is the current situation and tradition in all over the world. All the masajid is doing this. So some people may argue that what the practice of the Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. You will be surprised that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he never take off his shoes in the masjid when he make the salah. Rather, he encouraged his companion to wear shoes for the salah. So it is actually misunderstanding of the command. It is a command wearing shoes for the salah, not taking off shoes for the salah. Is opposite. But if you do not have shoes in certain time, for example, nowadays you are not allowed to bring your shoes in the masjid or wearing shoes in the masjid, so you are okay for the salah. That's fine. And some scholars said is okay. But Sheikh Al-Albani is bring the different flavor in the Salah. He is saying this is the lost Sunnah. You have to revive the Sunnah if you can. So how to do it alternative way? Alternative way is wearing a socks, male and female, both. So if you are a male and you are a female, please try to wear socks for the Salah. So you are close to the Sunnah. It's like a three finger using and eating one of the Sunanul Ada. So if you cannot use three finger only when you are eating, you can use a spoon in your three finger. It's close to the Sunnah when you are not using five finger. Although five finger using for eating purpose is okay, is allowed. So what we are saying that the without shoes and the socks, prayer is valid. But wearing shoes is a sunnah, and you see it in the picture. That is a sunnah. Then we have a sutra. How the length of sutra is measured. The original idea came from the saddle of the camel. So you see in the picture that the saddle is in the top of the camel's back. That saddle is little bit higher. Usually it's arm's length, like a one arm from the elbow to the tip of the finger, arm's length. So there's an interpretation of different scholar. So Imam Nawawi, he's saying the sutra the height must be one arm or nahu sulusa zira'a, like a two-third of the arm. But if you can make one span, like one span or two span, is still acceptable. But something which has a height, that is the main concern. So ideally, the old scholar, they put full arm or two-third of the arm, is up to you. And this is the sutra, a barrier in front of the musallin. And you go close to the sutra. The sutra is something height in the uh, ground, and then you are uh, the musalli is in front of this thing. So how much distance you should go close to? So as you see, the from the standing position to the place of sijda. So red color is the maudi is sujud, the standing. It should be 3-arm length. So you have a rough estimation of the 3-arm. That will be your place of sijda. And from that place, you should give a space that a goat, a baby goat, can walk through in that distance. That is the close that you should be with the sutra in the salah. Then when you are facing the sutra, you should not, according to Sheikh Albani, the sutra is the facing directly to the sutra. That is required, that you face towards the sutra. And then you make salah. If you are away from sutra, then you get closer by walking 1 or 2 steps. It's okay. Because moving in the salah is acceptable. It does not invalidate your salah. And also, in the right picture, you see there is a musalli who is praying and he is preventing from the hand that he is another person who is trying to pass between him and sutra. Those prevention to the another intruders in between you and sutra, it is an obligation as we discussed. Then looking towards the place of prostration. Looking towards place of prostration, mawdu' is sujud. It is very important that we should do it. So you should not tilt your head right or left or any other places, or do not close your eyes, but looking at the place of prostration when you are standing. But beside your station in the standing, your eyes, there is no concrete evidence where to put, especially in the ruku and especially in the sujud. You just make your vision in the terms of humiliation as it comes naturally. You are not obliged to looking at the feet or other places. There is no specific instruction. Only when you are standing position, looking towards the place of prostration, it is a sunan. Then standing properly, toes face the qibla. You should put your feet straight towards the qibla. All the toes should be in towards the qibla direction. You should not tilt, twist right and left. And also the female, they close their feet together and there is no space in between. And some male, they uh, keep their feet apart from the uh, thing, it is also not appropriately and it should not. So in the picture, we're showing that keep the feet straight. Again, this musalli is praying without covering his feet. Only to learning purposes, we are showing the feet. Your salah is valid and sometime you are allowed to pray without shoes, without socks. This is permissible, that we again saying. Then standing properly, toes, uh, as we discussed, to the qibla. Then al-qiyam. When you are in qiyam, you should not look high uh, up to the heaven, like in the towards the sky direction, or you are holding your arm different way. This is wrong. Will so this is called al qiyamu ma'al qudra, standing when you are able to. Then at takbir, when you make takbir, your hand is raised in two ways. One is close to uh, your ear, and another one is the close to the level of your shoulder. This two way is described, but your finger is should remain as usual, like a natural way to put the finger. So this is a very important how to move your finger during the salah. Then keeping hands on the chest. What is the chest means? Chest means what is chest? Chest is not a part of abdomen. Chest is not a part of neck. It is the area between neck and the abdomen. It's not upper abdomen. So please pay attention what chest means. The way we mean chest, the Arab people mean same thing. Like a guy in your picture, he has a pain in his right side of the chest. He's holding his chest. So this is the same area you should hold your hand, male and female alike. So chest. So this is the place of the keeping your hands on the chest. Is all rak'ah is the same. If you keeping hand on the chest, there is a three way to do it. One of the way is that you put your feet the opposite, keeping hand on the chest. So three way. One way is that your palm should be over the palm. Another one is holding hand to your like a grasping a wrist. Right hand grasp the left hand wrist, left wrist. Another one is keeping your right hand over the wrist and the forearm. That's the three-way placing hand on the chest. So this is the sunnah. It is not other way, and there is no particular technique to hold the wrist. It's not three finger or two finger or this that. It is very simple. One is placing just to place. Another is extended placement. Another one is holding the left wrist. So I showed another picture the same way, which is correct and over the chest. Then ruku'. As we said, the ruku', the first one who is not inclined, it is not correct, and who is bowing too down is not correct. The way it is that hadith said that law subba alayhi al-ma la astaqar, meaning is if you put a water on the back of this person who is making ruku', the water remains suspended or remain still in that place, doesn't go through or drop down anywhere. So water, so this is the ruku'. When you have a ruku', you have to hold your hands on the knee, and then your elbow should be away from your body. Then, as you see that you should not tilt your head other way around. You should keep it in a same level. So the same level, as we discussed, that the water is kept on the top of your back of the body, then it should be according to the sunnah. Then raising hands from the ruku', as is my picture is showing that same way. Either you can put your hand close to your shoulder or close to your ear. Then you are going towards ruku'. When you are going to the ruku', that you are inclining towards the ground. then you are going towards ruku. Then we will show a video how a camel sits. When camels sit, they sit feet like a knee first, then the feet. So in order to going, the camel is putting their knee first, then the other body part. So we should do opposite of the camel. So opposing the camel, we put our hand in the ground first before the knee. So landing hands before the knee. This way you can go down to the sujood, prostration. This is particularly helpful for pregnant women who are very technically having difficulty going to the sujood. Also, it is good for the heart disease and some physical disabled person. So, and it is safe, and also it is a sunnah. Doing opposite, putting the knee before the hand, is against the sunnah, what Sheikh said in his book. Then we'll show you how to make the ruku.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد.
So this is the position we are showing that how to go ruku. Then sujud, as we said, that the sujud is making on 7 bones, and we discussed the bones, so we don't need to discuss here. Just want to pay attention about the sujud. When you make sujud, you should not keep your elbow to the ground, and also your back should be straightened up. This is called i'tidal. When you i'tidal with sujud, meaning is your back should be in an angle and straight line. Do not curve, do not lay down to your body towards the ground. So, and then you keep your both hands away from your body, away from your head, and which is more correct. Like this is the tajafi. Tajafi is the keeping away of your elbows. And tamanina is stability in the activity. When you are action, you are keeping your body mobility in a very tranquil position, like a calm, quiet, and stable. Do not move. Physical immobilization is at-tamanina, as if is exhibiting tranquility on the performer. And tajafi is the keeping away your elbow from the main trunk of the body. Tajafi in the prostration, also as well as in ruku'. And this is the irtidal. With number 1 is separating the elbow from the abdomen and separating the thigh from the abdomen, the second point. And third is separating your shank, your leg from the thigh when you are in sujood. That 3 activity together making a combined performance which is called i'tidal من اعتدال في الركوع. So if you are in the sujood, i'tidal sujood is a rukun. So there is no difference between male and female accordingly. And the same is the sujood. In the sujood, your finger should be facing towards Qibla and your heel should be attached, as we discussed the next slide. We are showing that straightening your back, how it is impact. So if you lift your 1 foot from the ground and both feet on the ground, then you should correct it immediately. You more quicker you are correcting, the safer you are. But if you do not do permanently or prolonged time, then it's okay. But if you are keeping your feet together in the prostration, then it is a important sunnah. Also, as we said, the back of the backbone is a straightening position in the sunnah. Then in the sajda, we should not keep our forearm in the ground like a dog, as it described in the hadith. It's called iftirash al-kalb, meaning is a body position like a dog. Between two sajda, you keep you two way you can sit. One way is iq'a. The middle one is iq'a. When you put your heel on your back and you sit, it is only position allowed between two sajda. Remember, but sitting on the top picture, which is left feet flattened on the ground and sitting on it, which is the sitting, it is wajib most of the time. But the second picture is iqa, is permissible act. Then between two sajda, you can put your hand two ways. One is on the thigh, another one covering your knees. Both are allowed. Then we are showing the two way what we making prostration. One is Jalsatul Iqa, which is sitting on the hill, back of the hill, and Jalsatul Iftirash, sitting on the left foot is Jalsatul Iftirash. Jalsatul Tawarruk. Jalsatul Tawarruk is sitting on your hip, left hip. A warak is a word for hip. So left hip is used for sitting. It is a very important, especially the final sitting, when you are making a final sitting in the 4 or 3 rakah salah. But if you are in the Fajr salah, you should not make Jalsatul Tawarruk at the end. Any 2 rakah salah or one sitting, you can make a Jalsatul Iftirash. But Tawarruk is required when two sitting in a one salah, middle one and the final one. The final one is Jalsatul Tawarruk, sitting on the left hip. In that position, your right knee may be over the ground. This sitting and you looking at towards your finger when you are moving from the beginning to the end. So the looking at, you should not look at the place of prostration. You should look on the finger. So sitting, as you see in the picture, that the sitting, this person Musalli is sitting and he lifts his left right knee above the ground, especially when you are praying along with other Musalli in the masjid. Because of the space, narrow space, you may not be able to take more space in order to put your right knee on the ground. In that case, you can lift right knee little bit high. That's okay. But the main point here is you should put body weight on your left knee by the left hand. So putting a body weight is also a sunnah. When you are sitting, it is male and female alike. So sitting, now when you are making tawarruk, you can do it tawarruk in two ways. One is you can taking the 2 feet from your body parts, and also you can make only 1 feet, which is left feet, over the right feet. So this is the picture. We're showing you two way how to do the tawarruk. Then taslim. Right taslim and left taslim. Both are sunnah, and taslim it comes in a couple, meaning is right and left consider is a one act. Taslimatain, both. So when you pray in the jama'ah, please consider that you follow the imam after the second taslim, not the first taslim, because for imam perspective, two salutation, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, right and left, both considered as a salam. Then going to prostration. I will show the video how to go to the prostration, keeping your hand before the knee.
Allahu Akbar.
So this is the going for prostration, as you said. Then how to sit. Now, when you sit, the first video will show you Jalsatul Iftirash, meaning is you put on your left feet on it. So I'll show you it again. Just do it. This is the male and female alike. Then you have different way is a tawarruk, but you put your left feet accordingly. Then you put the other way, the 2 feet in the same side. So this is the three way to make uh, two types of sitting. One is iftirash, one is tawarruk. Then going to prostration. Going to prostration, you, as we mentioned, that keeping your hand on the ground before the knee, and the keeping your hand first place, then you extend the hand little bit further. So this is the picture will show. Then you keep the a hand in front of your knee, then you extend a little bit in front, then you make sijda. Because as we said that at least 3 arm span distance must be maintained from the place of standing to the place of prostration. So when you are facing, as you see, my eyeglasses, I take off from my nose and I'm making prostration. My elbow are away from my abdomen. My thigh is separated from my abdomen. My back of my thigh is separated from my leg. And my back is very straight, i'tidal, is sujud. So I make tajafi in that picture, and also I make the tamanina, which is not visible in the picture, but you need a video to see a tamanina, meaning is be stable and solid in that position. But you put your arm on the ground and press it. You should not make a sijda without pressing on the ground. And prostration, as we see the picture, is different from the ground. You keep your hands away from your head at the level of your shoulder or at the level of your ear. Both are correct, but you should not get close to it. So then you close your feet back off when you are making sijda. This is very important. Always close. So mobility of the feet during sijda and taking off from the sijda, going down to sijda, mobility is required. And I will show the video clip between sitting between two positions. As we said, this is iqa and this is iftirash. So we are not required to do iqa. If you do not do iqa for whole life, that's okay, no problem. But you do iftirash is much better and sunnah and established. And in our community, we do not do iqa that much. But iqa is only permissible between two prostration, not in other places as well. So And then when you are getting out from the ground, you should make a clenched fist. Clenched fist, it is a sunnah. How do you clench? If you cannot clench fist because surface is hard, for example, you are praying a hard surface, a wood or a stone, then it is very difficult, maybe painful to make a fist. In that case, you just use your arm extended, your like a fingers. But Sheikh saying that the way the feast concept came is yakbitu huma ajinu fi salah. Ajinu meaning is one of the way that we prepare the kneading the dough. So when you make a bread like a flour, you put the water and make a dough for the bread making, and in kneading the dough, you are using a clenched fist to prepare the dough for the bread, is what we call roti in our community. In that case, the concept of the feast is the same concept when you are getting from the ground, especially if you have a carpet, you can do it, then do it. If not, the feast, especially the female, if it is hurting your fist, then use your hand only without any fist. It will be okay, inshallah. The main idea is you are getting from the sitting position to the standing position, putting your body weight on the ground. Then you are getting out from the ground. So you are taking off your um, your knee first, then your hand first. So this is the way you should do. So there is no alternative or detailed description how to do it, but only thing is that you put your body weight on the hand when you are getting up from the sitting condition. Then prostration, as you said, standing from the prostration,
Allahu Akbar.
I'll show the video. So this is the put feet and then you get up. So you get up and you hold the second rak'ah as you see the video.
Allah.
Then moving the finger. Moving the finger, it is a sunnah from the beginning to the end. Because the moving the finger, it is a way of making dua. As we say, that the finger has a two purpose. One, moving finger, you can make istighfar. Astaghfirullah, atubu ilayhi. If you move your finger when you are laying down in the bed in the last 1/3 of the night, you can making istighfar with the moving finger possible. Also, moving finger, you can make dua in the salah. And why we are doing moving finger? This is tawqif. There is no explanation why this finger is chosen, why not other finger. Because this is the sunnah established from the Nabi Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that he used to make dua when he is sitting in the salah and moving the finger from the beginning to the end. This is sunnah. Then saying taslim and one rakah. So now we are showing him salatul bitr. Many people in our community has a confusion how to make salatul bitr. Number one, salatul bitr has a 3 rakah traditionally, but you can make 5, you can make 7. But when you are making 5 and 7, and in some way to the 3, you should, you can make all the rakah continuously, like a 5 in a row, 7 in a row, 3 in a row. There is another way to make the Salatul Bitr is 2 rakah as a unit of Salah, and then you make the Jalsa al-Akhir, Akhira, and then you make a Salam and you stand up immediately or just few seconds or very little interval, and then make 1 extra rakah as considered as a bitr. But your intention is to make 3 as a salah of bitr. So this whole thing is depending or linked to the mental function, like your cognition. You put the thing in a cognition as you are praying. So if you make an intention that next 2 rakah is a part of my bitr, that cognition, once it comes in your mind and you recognize it, that's enough. But you are also allowed only to pray 1 rakah as a bitr. Is also allowed. There's nothing wrong in it. The main idea is the word bitr is applied to 1 rakah because bitr literal meaning is odd. Like 1 is considered as a bitr, and the dual is considered as a shafa'a. So shafa'a, rakatai shafa'a. Rakatai shafa'a is the first 2 rakah, and the third separate rakah is the salatul bitr. So it's a terminology and a way of understanding. But the thing is how to make it. We will give you full details video. Please follow it, and it's very important.
Allahu Akbar. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وتبارك اسمك وتعالى جدك ولا إله غيرك. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من حمزه ونفخه ونفثه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبح اسم ربك الأعلى الذي خلق فسوى والذي قدر فهدى والذي أخرج المرعى فجعله غثاء أحوى سنقرئك فلا تنسى إلا ما شاء الله إنه يعلم الجهر وما يخفى ونيسرك لليسرى فذكر إن نفعت الذكرى فيذكر من يخشى ويتجنبها الأشقى الذي يصلى النار الكبرى ثم لا يموت فيها ولا يحيا قد أفلح من تذكى وذكر اسم ربه فصلى بل تؤثرون الحياة الدنيا والآخرة خير وأبقى إن هذا لفي الصحف الأولى صحف إبراهيم وموسى. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبح قدوس رب الملائكة والروح. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك اللهم اغفر لي. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه ملء السماوات وملء الأرض وملء ما شئت من شيء بعد أحلى الثناء والمجد أحق ما قال العبد كلنا لك العبد اللهم لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت ولا ينفع ذا الجد منك الجد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى. الله أكبر. ربي اغفر لي ربي اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من حمزه ونفخه ونفسه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل يا أيها الكافرون لا أعبد ما تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده، ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه ملء السماوات وملء الأرض وملء ما شئت من شيء بعد. أحل الثناء والمجد أحق ما قال العبد وكلنا لك العبد. اللهم لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت ولا ينفع ذا الجد منك الجد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العالى، سبحان ربي العالى، سبحان ربي العالى. الله أكبر. ربك فبرك. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العالى، سبحان ربي العالى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات والسلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إني أعوذ بك عذاب جهنم ومن عذاب القبر ومن فتنة محيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وتبارك اسمك وتعالى جدك ولا إله غيرك. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من حمزه ونفخه ونفسه. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. اللهم اهدني فيمن هديت وعافني فيمن عافيت وتولني فيمن توليت وبارك لي فيما أعطيت وقني شر ما قضيت فإنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك إنه يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت تباركت ربنا وتعاليت لا منجا منك إلا إليك وصلى الله على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبح قدوس رب الملائكة والروح سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك اللهم اغفر لي سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا لك الحمد حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه ملء السماوات وملء الأرض وملء ما شئت من شيء بعد أحل الثناء والمجد أحق ما قال العبد كلنا لك العبد اللهم لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت ولا ينفع ذا الجد منك الجد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى الله أكبر رب اغفر لي رب اغفر لي الله أكبر سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى سبحان ربي العالى الله أكبر التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات والسلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم إني أعوذ بك من عذاب جهنم ومن عذاب القبر ومن فتنة محيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال اللهم إني أعوذ برضاك من سخطك وبمعافتك من عقوبتك وأعوذ بك منك لا أحصي ثناء عليك أنت كما أثنيت على نفسك السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله سبحان الملك القدوس سبحان الملك القدوس سبحان الملك القدوس.
So this is the Salatul Bitr, what we saw in the video, the Subhan al-Malik al-Quddus, Subhan al-Malik al-Quddus 3 times. The last time when we recite, it should be in a little bit raised voice. Subhan al-Malik al-Quddus, so it's a little bit raised. Regardless, you pray in the masjid or at home. This is a sunnah, important. Now, in the kunut, especially kunut ratiba, which we pray in the Salatul Bitr, if you want, you can raise hand. But the raising hand is not mentioned in the book Sifatu Salat al-Nabi min al-Takbir al-Taslim ka'annaka taraha. So I will show you another video. If you raise hand, you can, is allowed. And if you consider this is sunnah, is also okay. But the Sheikh said that the raising hand is more appropriate and authentic when you make kunut najila. Kunut nazila, Qunut nazila meaning is when you have a calamity and you are seeking assistance from Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala in the Salah and reciting. This is connected to the fourth Salah, obligatory Salah. So this video will show how you raise hand and how to go to your ruku' from the Qunut position.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد اللهم اهدني فيمن هديت وعافني فيمن عافيت وتولني فيمن توليت وبارك لي فيما أعطيت وقني شر ما قضيت فإنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك إنه يذل من واليت ولا يعز من عاديت تباركت ربنا وتعاليت لا منجى منك إلا إليك وصلى الله على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم.
So if you raise hand, then you don't need to close it back. You just from the raising hand to making a takbir and go to the ruku', you don't need to wipe your face. That's the obvious thing. We saw how to make a Salatul Fitr. This is the Qunut we mentioned. Please memorize the Qunut from the dua. In this video, by mistake, when we are mentioning it is innahu la yudillu man walayt. It is missing in the recording. So we will make another correction in this Qunut very soon. And I would request that do not disseminate this material because there is a little mistake when I notice it at this point when I'm reciting recording the Qunut. According to inshallah, then we go to Sizda Sahu. Now Sizda Sahu is the corrective Sizda. It is two way you can make it. One is before Salam, one is after Salam. And we will show the first video that the after Salam, how we made it.
اللهم اغفر لي ما قدمت وما أخرت وما أعلنت وما أسرفت وأنت أعلم به مني وأنت المقدم وأنت المؤخر لا إله إلا أنت السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله الله أكبر الله أكبر وتكفر لي يرحمني وحدي واجبرني وعافني الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
So this is the one way that after the salam, and I wish if I'm not making mistake, so I will try to make another one.
اللهم اغفر لي ما قدمت وما أخرت وما أعلنت وما أسررت وما أسرفت وأنت أعلم به مني وأنت المقدم وأنت المؤخر لا إله إلا أنت الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
So this is the second way to make sajda sahu. Sajda sahu, there is a debate that which variety of sajda sahu, uh, sujudu sahu, should make in what mistake. The Sheikh Al-Albani, rahimahullah, rahmatan wasiya, তিনি বলেছেন যে সুজদা সাহু, there is no particular variety specific for specific mistake. So better in his opinion that if you make sujudu suhu after salam, it is better. But if you make before salam, is also allowed. So meaning is whichever is your convenient. Only thing is that if you make after salam, you need more time to perform the act. But notice that after Sajda Sahu, we should not repeat the Tashahud and Salat ala Nabi and seek protection from the fourth thing. We do not perform those things repeatedly. So final sitting Sajda Sahu is a corrective Sajda. Although it is Sujudu Sahu, but you have to make two Sajda, same as like you are making Sajda in Salah. Now, what are the mistake you could do in the Salah and you can make Sajda Sahu? You need to be very careful. Number one is that if you are missing a rokon, then sajda sahu is not enough to correct your mistake. You have to make that particular rak'ah again. So this is the one way. And then once you make extra rak'ah additional, which is mistake, because you are missing a rokon, then you make additional rak'ah. Then after that, you are required to make Sajda sahu, meaning is two sajda. But if you are mistaking wajib obligation, then you can make Sajda sahu. Also, if you miss any sunnah and you want to make Sajda sahu, you are allowed. It is not that you are not allowed to make Sajda sahu, even you omit intentionally a sunnah. It is up to you. So there is no specific rule. So now we finish our presentation, I think. First question is asked one of the viewer, which is what is the difference between rokon and condition? As we mentioned, a rokon and condition is something outside of the act. So for example, another question came. Please give the question later. You can make sana. Allahumma ba'id baini khatayaya. That sana, that dua ul istiftah is specific for fourth salah, obligatory, like at the beginning. But if you cannot make it, then subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik wa tabarak asmu in every sana, every salah. Now, can you make it multiple sana? Yes, you are allowed. But this is an extra sunnah, especially highly recommended when you make salatul tatawu, meaning is other than fourth salah. But if you put fourth salah, it's still okay. It needs more time. So multiple sana is allowed, but we are recommending that Allahumma ba'id baini specifically mentioned for the fourth salah. So do not try to make Allahumma ba'id baini khataya. Please, I have 5 questions and then you start asking question. Sister, I will give you, I cannot pay attention both sides. In my hand, I have a cell phone. Let me finish first 5 questions and then we'll answer you question. So, rokon and condition, if I miss a rokon, do I restart everything? No. Answer is no, as I explained. Rokon is specific to the rak'ah. So if you 2 rak'ah of the Salah, so 1 rak'ah you made a rokon, then you make additional another rak'ah after the salam. After the salam. Remember, even you recognize your mistake, you cannot go back to the. I highly honored and encouraged and happy to the interest knowing the how to pray salah. Your questions are all welcome, and I'm happy to answer this question. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. That's the best thing a person can do in this dunya, to learn how to pray. This is the best thing. And asking a question to learn how to pray is a hasanat, is a good deed. It's a good deed. It's a rewarding act. Alhamdulillah. So first question, Rokon, you don't need to restart whole Salah. You just make additional Salah, additional Rak'ah to fulfill. And at the end, says the Subuh. I think it's clear. And then some condition, if it is temporary basis, like a Ijalatul Najasa, like some najis, if you clear it, then it's okay, continue. Like uncover your back of the for the boys. If you cover it immediately, then it's fine, keep going. But you can make, says the Sahu, it's up to you. But your Salah is valid. So, but the grossly, if the condition is broken all the way in the prayer, so you need to restart from the whole thing, as like is a udu. Second question, if someone crosses in front of you during Salah at some distance beyond your hand reach, no, idea is not hand reach. Idea is the place you prostrate. Then from there, another 1 feet, like a goat can pass. This is the area of the sutra. If you estimate 4 hands approximately, he is passing, then you have to step 1 ahead and prevent him, push him gently, definitely. But if you push him hardly, still you are in the sunnah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Because this sunnah is not practiced, you cannot just stand still and making salah without preventing person who is. So you are absolutely allowed to walk in the salah when you are making salah. There is absolutely permissible act. You can step 1 or 2 as it required to prevent that person not to walk. Even if your children is try to cross, your grandchildren or anyone, just prevent him by the hand. So it is not your hand distance, but it is 3 to actually 4 hand span space, estimating from sutra to you. In between, you should prevent. Beyond that point, you are not supposed to prevent. By chance, in the masjid, if somebody is passing long before you and you did not get close to the sutra, then it's okay. Let him go because he is out of the boundary. I think you understand that part. Number 3 question, why cannot man pray in loose 3/4 go below knees and above ankle? No, the question, why cannot? I did not say they cannot pray. They can pray, but he will be rewarded very less because covering the shoulder, the t-shirt, a shoulder, it is an important sunnah. You have to cover. It's a very important sunnah. And number 2, it is ta'zim. One of the essence of the prayer is humility, zillu. If you are not humble in front of the Allah, then what is praying for? The purpose, maqsad of the salah is to obey Allah and exhibit your humiliation, your submission. It is not attending a party or your class. It is not you are hot or cold. It is a worship. If you are very poor in North America, you cannot afford a long cloth, then on that case of poverty. I think nobody is poor. At least they in this age, everybody has a cloth in their home. So you need to cover. Not only cover, you put a decent garment to present yourself in front of Allah Ta'ala. Because Allah Ta'ala in the Salah, He put His vision, like His face towards your face. This is the phrase used in the Hadith. So it is a respect, it is the honor, dignity. In that context, it is highly recommended and encouraged that you use different type of clothes. But if you do, you disregard the condition and other, I mean, not condition, like the values of the salah, and you make 3/4 loose pant, as the questioner said, yeah, your salat is valid, but it's a minimum way. This salah, it is up to Allah Ta'ala. Whether Allah will accept or reject is up to Him. We cannot say anything because the condition is fulfilled, because aura is covered, but many wajibat, many sunan is missing. You can pray, but it is not encouraged, it is not recommended. That's the word I could use. So question is, I think, answer. In the context of permissibility, it is not permissible, but in context of validity, it is valid, of course, because he did the rokon, so it is covered aura for men. For question 4, female, does feet have to cover during prostration? No, this covering meaning is when you are in standing position. When you are in prostration, your feet is uncovered, as it is okay, no problem, because everything is in this standing position. In the Salah, al-qiyamu ma'al qudra, the standing is the asl of Salah. Sallu qa'ima, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says. So in the essence of Salah is standing position. Standing position, cover your feet. But when you're making ruku', I mean the sajda, or then if it is uncovered, especially back of the heel or some portion of the foot, there is no authentic hadith, as I know. I cannot answer this question. The main understanding of the hadith is when you are standing, you must cover. But when you are prostrating, if it is uncovered a little extent, is alhamdulillah, tabaraka ta'ala, it is fine. Because of that, it is highly recommended for the female, they can wear socks. So it is safe side. But I am unable to give a fatwa. I am unable because I do not have a proof that if you expose as a female in the prostration or sitting your feet, whether your salah is valid. Answer, I do not know, because this is a very, I don't have a strict, specific answer for this. Recommended is try, and it is standing position. That's the matter. That's the aura considered. So aura has a situational connection for the female. The female aura is a static and as well as dynamic context. Some condition, aura condition change. Some situation, aura condition change. So I think you got this thing. So in prostration, it is not a mandatory. That's I could say. It is not. It is exposed. Your salah is valid, inshallah, and you are within the sunnah. Alhamdulillah. Only thing is standing. The 5th question, wearing shoes preventing sitting properly after prostration. Does it mean that it is best to take off? Yes, the person who asked this question is very knowledgeable. I appreciate his knowledge, because wearing shoes is sunnah, but sitting, be calm, quiet, tranquility, mood, humility is almost like a rokon. So if you have a shoes which is painful, a hard shoes which you cannot fold to sit on the shoes, then it is better to take off, of course. So hierarchy of the activity in the salah, the rokon condition is the top ranking, then the obligation, the second rank, third rank is sunnah. Now you have to come from the top hierarchy to the bottom. You consider first rukun and condition, and if you fulfill that one, then come back to rukun. If rukun is fulfilled, then a sunnah need to be taken care of. So if you perform a sunnah but you are disturbing a rukun or wajib, then it does not make sense. So in that context, it is better to take off the shoes, which is painful and not allowing you to sit properly in a proper sunnah. So making one sunnah disturbing other two or three sunnah or sometimes wajib, it is not uh, good. So it is better to take off. But buy a soft shoes. If you cannot, alternative is that you can wear socks, because socks is close to shoes. Is a is a shoes, because Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked Sahaba that don't uncover when you are pray. Cover it. Khilaful Yahud. Do it opposite, because Jewish community, they make Salah without covering their feet. That's the concept came. So we are supposed to do opposite of Jewish community. So as I discussed, this is a very good question. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I'm really happy the questionnaire who asked this question, and he has the knowledge. May Allah increase his knowledge, and he's the best question among the 5 questions. Then I will invite you. Send me question now. I'm watching the screen. Please send me question, because I do not have anything in my mind. Okay, first question. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. When you miss 1 or 2 rakah in the prayer in the masjid, that how the question is incomplete. How you make up this thing? You have to make up. The first rule is, whatever the salah you catch in the masjid, it will be counted is your first rakah of the salah. So do all the sunan and wajib, counting that rakah is the first rakah, second, third, fourth, up to this. So the chronology of the rakah should be counted, the one you catch with the imam. That is, for you, it is first. For them, it may be third or fourth, but for you. So that's the way it should cover. I think that's the question, because question was not. Please, second question, please ask. Jazakallah khair. Wayakum inshallah. Barakallah fiqh. Can I recite dua kunut after ruku'? If you can make kunut ratib, which is the regular kunut after ruku, you can make, no problem. Only problem is you are going against sunnah, so you will not be rewarded to follow a sunnah. That is the thing. It is not valid or invalid context, because whole kunut is a sunnah. Now making before Kunut, if you make after ruku, is allowed, but it is, you will lose a reward. According to Al-Albani, rahimahullah ta'ala, he proved from a hadith, a sahiha, that kunut of bitr must be done before ruku, but kunut of nazala, which is a calamity time kunut, must be after ruku. I think you got the point. The second question, brother, which is the dua kunut I should recite? Very good question. The kunut we mentioned today's lecture, this is the only kunut we know from Sunnah. There is no other kunut we know for Better Salah. Okay. An individual came to the masjid, had not prayed Dhuhr Salah when he entered. He has to make niyyah of Dhuhr Salah in the Salatul Asr, because whatever he missed, he should perform first, change his intention, even though Imam is praying Asr. Before this question, there is another questionnaire. It came and it disappeared. Please send me. Can we have those kunut, please? It is in the slide. We'll get the slide, you'll get this kunut. Can we have a recording, please? This is contact the organizer who organized this thing, that you will get this. Because in the beginning of the lecture, I give the slide where a text of kunut is mentioned. Only recording I will holding because there is a one word innahu la yudillu man walayt, and that was missing la, so we will ask you to correct it. If you miss rukun, or can you make extra rakah at the end of the prayer separately? You have to continue. If very good question. If you feel that rukun is missing after salam, then you make individual one rakah, individual, and then make says the suhu at the end. Individual came to masjid and missed asr prayer with well jama'ah is moving fast. Uh, Jama'ah Maghrib started. You should do always chronology. First Salah is first, then second Salah. When Imam finish, then you make up the remaining. We missed the better prayer. Will you perform next day? Yeah, you can make better Salah in the morning if you miss it in the night time, but you have to make intention of better, but make four rakah, because odd number is not allowed the in the salah. If miss a rukun, make extra prayer separately. Yeah, you can make separately, but you should make it immediately. If you are making too long pause between, then you need to redo the whole salah again. But if you do it immediately, like you miss one rakah and somebody who is praying with you and talk to you after salam that you did not pray one rakah, then you make another additional rakah and makes this the suhu is correct. Or if you are within the boundary and time frame and there is little gap. Can we have recording, please? Okay, kunut, please. Okay. Individual in the masjid had not prayed Zohar. I answer is that he has to make Zohar. Someone missed one rakah. Someone missed one rakah Jum'ah. So, no, what to do? Now, Jum'ah is the two rakah salah. You must catch the ruku' with the imam when he is in ruku' in the Jummah second rakah. If you miss that, then you have to wait until imam make two taslim. Then you stand up and make four rakah dhuhr because you did not catch the Jummah. If you catch the Jummah, then you can make one additional rakah and then you make up. That's fine. But condition is you must catch the ruku. Man adraka ruku fakat adraka raka. The person who catch the ruku, he catch the raka. That's the concept. What should we do if a baby pass in front of us during salah? You just prevent by hand softly because the baby. You just put hand and you keep continuously doing this. If you have a possibility baby will do, then do not pray in that area. Go somewhere else. But preventing it is a wajib. If baby go or any adult or minor, major or even animal like a cat, for example, if cat is passing in front of you, try to prevent in the home, or rabbit who has a pet animal. So what happens if I make a pronunciation mistake in a Fatiha or any surah? It is okay. Any mistake in the Fatiha is a so simple surah. You just ignore this, correct it later. You don't need. You have no problem in the salah, unless you are grossly saying something, because every tongue is different. The Qari, the way they recite, all the grammar is not required to recite Quran in the Salah. It is a sunnah to make tartil, make tilawa very nicely. It is sunnah. It is not a rukun. You just, according to your ability, you recite Fatiha. If it is some of the articles, some of the huruf is changed because of your articulation, because of your different language, Allah will accept it, inshallah. There's nothing steadfast. It is better to beautify, but beautification, tajweed, it is a sunnah. Tajweed is not a rukun. Tajweed is a sunnah. So inshallah, you get this point. Can Betil Salah can be odd number rakah to certain extent rakah? I do not understand this question. Better word means odd. You can make only one rakah, or you can make a set of 3, set of 5. You can complete 2 and 2 and then 1, 2 and 1, or 3 altogether. Which one dua kunut I should recite? Allahumma hdini fi man hadait. It is written a book anywhere. Sheikh Albani rahimahullah, he did not mention any other kunut in his book, and he did not recommend the traditional one, which in the very prevailing in our community. Allahumma inna nasta'inuk wa nastaghfiruk wa nu'minu bik wa natawakkalu alayk wa nusni alayka al-khair wa nashkuruk wa la nakfuruk. My listener, this kunut is not for bitter. This kunut is actually kunut of nazila, which if you have a calamity, you can recite. Somebody attacked, or somebody is a Muslim or very big trouble, then you can make nazila. But if you have a disaster, you cannot make nazila. For example, an earthquake happened in Turkey, you cannot make nazila here. Or COVID happened, infection or epidemic, you cannot make nazila. This is inappropriate. You cannot pray against Allah. It is against an individual, a human being, quote unquote, human being who is harming Muslim in a collective way or individual way, whatever. If it is very disturbing, and it disturbing your integrity of the Muslim's life, then it appears that he is your enemy. Considering in your religion, if somebody is enemy, only he prevent you to establish the ubudiyah, servitude towards Allah, and he is disturbing, then you can make dua against him. That is the purpose of nazila. If the Muslim land or Muslim any country attack or sustain some animosity from the enemy, then you are allowed. But natural disaster, disease, or other calamities, we should not make kunut. That kunut is the Allahumma inna nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruk. Assalamu, what happened if I make a mistake? Fatiha, I already answered. Dua kunut after ruku. As I said, you can miss Juma. So, what is the next question? Is it okay to recite last ayah of the Surah Tawbah 7 times in the morning and the evening? Recite Surah Tawbah. I do not have any knowledge in the morning and 7 in this way. Maybe person is asking question is a askar. To my knowledge, I am not aware of any 7 times morning, afternoon, Surah Tawbah, last. You can recite 1 or 2, but it's a ritualistic way, like a adhkar. You need to look for the hadith. If you have a hadith, I can check. It is not in my hand. And today, we are not targeting all the ruling of Salah. Salah ruling and adhkar is a very wide subject. We are focusing only the arkan, the pillars of the Salah, and wajibat and sunnah of the Salah. Please make your question in that. As we are not here to answer anything related to Salah. It is a huge subject. A canvas is very big and too much in our plate. So, and it's not appropriate, and time doesn't allow me. I could not hear properly when you are talking about missing Jum'ah. Okay, missing Jum'ah meaning is that if you miss Jum'ah, you should make Salat Zuhr. Meaning is 4 rakah, Zuhr Salah. Missing Jum'ah, what we are saying, that the catching the Jum'ah, you are required to catch with the Imam the ruku of the last rak'ah. Ruku of the last rak'ah. You went to the masjid and Imam is sitting, the final sitting, and making tashahud, you join. So you continue with the Imam, but after Imam make 2 salam, then you stand up and making 4 rak'ah Zuhr Salah, because you did not get the Jum'ah, which is 2 rak'ah. That's the point we said. Because Jum'ah is a Salah required that if you catch the Jum'ah. If you do not catch the Jum'ah, then remaining is Zuhr, which is constitute of 4 rak'ah. So a woman who does not pray in the Jum'ah, in the masjid, what she should do? She will make 4 rak'ah dhuhr. So that's the same ruling, men and women alike. Missing better to like how to perform missed better even in two like. Okay, so this is, you are making better in the daytime, for example, after Fajr Salah or daytime. So what you should do, you make it is in your mind, you just think that I'm going to make this, but because in the daytime, odd number of Salah is not allowed. So technically, you should add another additional rak'ah. How do you do this? You can make exactly same as kunut, like a night, and when you are sitting from the, for the third time, then make additional 1 rak'ah, then add 1, make it 4. But up to 3, you pretend or you imitate or you follow exactly the same way you supposed to make in the night time. You just add additional 1 rak'ah. You can make either way, after salam or before salam, it's up to you. But after salam is more appropriate because then you make another salam of the final rak'ah. It is not highly recommended, but some scholar allowed that if you miss the better in the night, you can make it in the day. But when you're making in the better in the daytime, you make the even, like a 4. Make 3, or you can make 2. 1 rak'ah is the better, and another additional is like, it is not clearly described in the book of fiqh how to make it. There are certain opinion variation, and it is not a scope to discuss. Qasar, we will not discuss this thing. Sister comes to the masjid, Dhuhr Salah, Jama'ah. How got started. She doesn't know what rak'ah imam is now, what she should do. He should join, and if it is roko, then he got the rak'ah. It's based on her assumption. If the Allahu Akbar he does not see, then he feel that it is not a takbir for ruku', then he missed the rak'ah. Then he counted after the salah. Bitr salah in odd number. Okay, you should not discuss recording in our TV below. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Bitr salah, if someone unknowingly reads kunut nazila in the salah, bitr is valid or less reward? Yeah, it's valid, but it's less rewarding because this is not from sunnah. If he does 1 or 2 times, it's fine. But if he does the whole life, it is bid'ah, according to Sheikh Al-Albani. He said that the kunut other than Allahumma hadini fiman hadayt is a bid'ah. It is his comment, and he made it silsilatu huda an-nur. Innahu la yudullu. That la is missing during the recording. So you need to correct my recording. I will give a separate video on that. So I express my sorry to say it, but this is the commonly find Hisnul Muslim and other books. Allahumma hdini fi man hadayt. It is very famous, very authentic, and you need to memorize. Can women give khutbah and lead 2 rak'ah Jummah in only women group? This is a area of fatwa, and number 1 is the women are not wajib for making Jummah. This is number 1. Which is not an obligation, why you giving khutbah? That Deen Islam is not for fun. I never came this question in my life. Allah Mustaan. I do not want to open my mouth, but I highly criticize this attitude that women is making their own Jummah in only women group. It is not allowed. In my knowledge, women are not supposed to lead Jummah because they have no obligation for Jum'ah. Number one, Musafir, children, Musafir, and sick and traveler, 4 people. Musafir, Marad, and then Sabbi and Nisa. Those 4 groups, they do not have Juma as an obligation. As a, if they do it, their Juma is acceptable, alhamdulillah, but there is no obligation. When something is not an obligation, you cannot make it as if you is obliged. This is not allowed in Islam. So certain activity from the very beginning was not performed. There is no evidence from the any sahabiyat or any righteous salihat from the early age that women leading Jum'ah and giving khutbah and collecting only women group. And it is not, in my knowledge, it is not in it's against the Sharia. Whoever is doing is blameworthy. There is no way to approve this thing, in my knowledge, and I don't want to discuss this thing. Number one, women can attend if the man has a Jum'ah. That is more appropriate and authentic. Women cannot make Jum'ah on their own. Same as the Salatul Eid. Salatul Eid, women cannot make other gathering at home. You cannot. Why? Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam in the Masjid al-Nawawi, when he established a Tarawih prayer for women, the Imam was a man. It was not the woman, even though majority who are behind is the women, all of them, but Imam was the man. So Imamat, the leading prayer, is a subject for men only when you have a Jama'ah. But women can make Jama'ah in regular Salah. That's possible. That's fine. That is not, that is valid. If you have a Salatul Fajr Salah and Zohar Salah, Asr Salah, Maghrib Salah, Isha Salah, those 5 Salah, if women are in a group, of course, women are as if like a man. They can make a Jama'ah and one of the women can attain an Imam and perform it. That is a good evidence, authentically narrated from the early age of Islam up until now. So for Jum'ah, Salatul Eid, Salatul Tarawih, according to Sheikh Al-Albani, rahimahullah, he also mentioned that the women cannot make another gathering in their home in the Salatul Tarawih. That is his opinion. But some scholar allowed. But the best is that this is a further discussion. For Jum'ah perspective, women should not arrange a Jum'ah on their own, because Jum'ah is only for the men to lead and arrange. Women are participant. But other 5 Salah, women can make their own Jama'ah if they want to. And one of the women who is standing in between them, first row, middle, she can stand and lead the Salah as a well-established phenomenon. I think you understand. It's a fiqh point. I miss better the data. I should, of course, as I said, you make daytime better exactly the same as the night, and just add on additional rak'ah. Can I recite other Quran dua after kunut? If you recite after kunut 1 or 2 times, that's fine, because this is the other scholar they allowed. Sheikh Usaymin, Sheikh bin Baz, those are the scholars, they have a different opinion in the kunut that they can, but we follow particularly Al-Albani, rahimahullah. rahmatan wasiya, and I'm not in a position to give fatwa. I am following a scholar, okay, who understand the ahadith, and we depend on him what he's written in his book with evidence. So he said that kunut is tawqif, additional two thing he allowed based on evidence. La manja wala malja illa ilayk. That's the one sentence. And wasallallahu ala nabi, and then you can make a salat ala nabi any form, but one he suggested, because there is no particular hadith, but the sahabi, they used to make salat ala nabi at the end of the kunut. That's the end, nothing extra. So in the kunut, according to al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala, he did not recommend to recite Quran in the kunut. But the other scholar in the early age, for example, Imam Nawawi, rahimahullah, he allowed. Is up to you. But we are based on evidence, because the point is the Salah, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. We need to get a maximum benefit imitating the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in order to get reward. It is not subject for opinion per se. So our main goal is to stick with the Sunnah. And other than that, we are not in a situation saying haram or halal or valid, invalid. This is different discussion, and this is not the time to discuss this thing. I think in our community, our here, we do not fight with fiqh issues. Because the fiqh is very complicated. Allah protect us from influence of shaitan. People lead liberal feminism movement where they posted videos, female imam leading. Of course, hurriyatun niswa, female liberation. It is a bid'ah, and it is against the Quran and Sunnah. And they're putting a female in the media and talking about Sharia. They can write a book. They can have a session without showing their face in their other men is watching. That is the from Sharia, because when the woman face is object for man to see, then man should lower his gaze. So there is a restriction of the behavior, as you said. Sheikh, reward of praying Sunnah 3 times more than, is it true? Of course, but it is for men. For women, if he pray in the home, it is equal reward like a man. In I don't think 30 times is, maybe in my knowledge is like a 27 times probably. Can I say dua on language in sujud? Own language in the sujud. Um, and this is some scholar allowed. We do not recommend you should do it unless you need it. Because if you have a particular need in any circumstances, then you can articulate, because you are weak, you do not know Arabic language properly, then you use whatever language you have, Allah give you. So, but you have to make tasbih first, then you articulate in your own language in the sujda to offer the dua to Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. It is allowed by some of the scholar, among them Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah. This is a very difficult area, and I'm not in a position to give fatwa, but I'm following a scholar. According to Ibn Taymiyyah, he allowed, so it is, according to him, is allowed. Can women call adhan before prayer together with other women? Yeah, women can call adhan and iqama, but within their boundary, when their voice is, it is not a good practice, but if they want, they can. But more good for the women is giving iqama and the salah, iqama and the salah. But the azan is better to give by the men, because azan require loud voice. So if your voice is not loud, then azan will be, in a sense, it is not azan. If you are making tasbih the very softly, then it is not azan. So why you need to do it? You are women, so you are exempted. You will be rewarded. You just make iqama. That's fine. Yeah, it is served the person because in hadith, iqama is also called azan. Azanain, rakatain baina azanain. There's a hadith. There is a 2 rakah salah between 2 azan. In that hadith, iqama is considered as azan. So azan is azan asl, which is ratib adhan. Another one is iqama, when you add a phrase qad qamatis salah. That is iqama. But this is also considered as adhan. So do iqama for the women, not do the other one. That is my understanding about this. But again, this is a very complicated mas'ala. I'm not in a position to give a fatwa and doing this thing. But what I know from the book of the fiqh, the women should keep only iqama and the salah when they're making jama'ah by themselves in the uh, obligatory salah. Uh, means recite Quran. A woman call. Can I say praying protect shaitan about tell about Qasr Salah? It is a very big canvas. Only one thing I want to share with you guys. Qasr is the Sunnah. Qasr making restriction. So if you are in a doubt that whether you make qasr or not qasr, and you do not know the ruling, then make the full salah. You are in safe side. But if you find out later on, then you must not do qasr, but you made a qasr, then you are in big trouble, especially in the salah perspective in the fourth, because this is dealing with the fourth salah. So the grossly, without going deeper, in general, if you are in a doubt, the distance and the condition, are you traveling? Is it this travel considered as a travel? This is a fiqh issue. We do not discuss this thing. And how many days? Another condition, 4 days or more, and then way of traveling and how you do this. So you are in a doubt and distance from your home to the place you are visiting and where you are visiting. All of this consider, if you have a doubt, then better to complete salah without making qasr than looking for opinion from the person who knows it. But do not make qasr without knowing. That's the main point, because it is not a rukun. It is not like it is mandatory. It is a sunnah. So same as says the suhu. Says the suhu is not a rukun. If in case a person who made a mistake and he is not able to identify the mistake in the salah and he is not making says the suhu, his salah is still valid. Time has passed already. Boundary has passed. So it is not a rukun. This is the opinion of Sheikh Albani, rahimahullah, he said. Can a religion be forced on someone? This question is a very important. The questionnaire asking for someone, I do not know who forced which one. If a person does not make practice Tawheed, even though he is born in a Muslim family, he is not a Muslim. If a person deliberately does not pray, he is not a Muslim. This is the opinion of the majority of the scholar. There is no force or enforcement, nothing. Religion must be practiced, especially in the prayer, Salah. So Salah, prayer deliberately is not practicing. That's a, what does it mean? Force to someone. Force to the meaning is it is the question is very short. The parent has a responsibility to teach their children who is under their care to order for Salah, Salah perspective. Salah perspective, you are entitled to command others, to family member, to children. Other, you need a tarbiyah. So it's a big discussion. But if religion, somebody in your family and does not practice religion, even though he's your children, he is not a Muslim. Even your husband or wife, whatever, but he's not practicing Salah, he's not a Muslim. So even my brother, if he does not pray, he's not a Muslim. What I can do? I cannot do anything. It's not my personal property. To be a Muslim, he has to be Muslim. And the prayer is a condition for being a Muslim. So that's the grossly we're saying. There's a different aspect of this fatwa. We don't discuss this thing. This is an unessential debate, and this is not the platform to discuss this thing. Can you please explain if it is more reward to pray at home for men? Very good question. Very, very good question. Somebody asked question. The salah is two types. One is salatul mafruda, salatul maktuba, and one is salatul nafila. All the sunnah salah is salatul nawafila, salat tatawu, which is not obligatory. For men, if you pray sunnah salah in the masjid, your reward going down. This is the normal behavior of our community, that brothers who go to the masjid, they pray sunnah salah in the masjid. Inappropriate. You should not pray in the masjid. You should come home and pray your sunnah in the house is more reward for man. Even your house is close to Masjidul Haram. Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam prescribed this thing, those people who used to live close to Masjid al-Nabawi. Be careful. The Sahabi do not pray their sunnah like a regular sunnah. I'm not talking about after azan, like a Maghrib Salah. When your azan is made, you have to make 2 rak'ah in the masjid. That's different. But the regular sunnah, sunnah ratiba, you have to make, better to make at a home. Only in the Jum'ah, if you're making sunnah in the masjid, you are allowed, but you have to make 4 rak'ah. But if you come home, you make 2 rak'ah. That's established. Iqama mandatory for? No, it's not a mandatory. It is sunnah. Before salam, can I recite dua on my own language? If I have problem, yes, inshallah. But you have to make the at-tahiyatu tashahud, and then you as-salah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, that one, and then isti'az min arba'a, seeking protection from the 4th thing. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min azabi Jahannam wa min azab al-qabr, and that one, and then you make dua on your own language, it's okay. Can women do iqama by herself? MashaAllah, barakallahu fikum. Hey Allah, reward this sister who asks a very important question. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Giving a iqama before for salah is a very important sunnah for men and women alike. Even you are praying at home, alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Even you are on your own. So ideally, a man can give adhan at home by himself, and same person can make iqama by himself. Same person can make salah by himself. 3 things, one person. For women, better to start with iqama and salah when he is at home by herself. Of course, this is a good reward and a good practice. And Allah will reward the person who asks this question. And he has a lot of knowledge, mashallah. He has a lot of knowledge, and may Allah accept her effort to learn the religion. This is a very good question. People nowadays don't ask this question. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We make dua for this person who make this question, that she really has the knowledge in his religion, and he wants to give iqama in by herself. And then it is mustaqbilan. It is barakat, mahfuz, alhamdulillah. Is it mandatory for man to go masjid every pair? Yes, it is a mandatory if he is able to. If he is able to, mandatory. If he is not able to, then it's not mandatory. And some condition is fear, rain, and some other things. So usually, in the generally speaking, men should go to the masjid. And mandatory in not terms as a consider like your salah is invalid. That's not the. It is a wajib. If you have a reason, then you can make one or two times, but not permanently. So this is a further discussion. One sentence is not the solution. Started Asr Salah, finished one rak'ah, but then I heard azan. What I should started on Salah, you continue Salah. Iqama for Salah is not mandatory. No, it's not. It's not mandatory. It is Sunnah. Going to the uh, masjid by man for every Salah, it is mandatory. The word mandatory meaning is a Sunnah muakkada, meaning is very emphasized Sunnah, but it does not invalid the Salah. Because Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he want to punish those people who make their Salah at home. He wants to set fire. Our Prophet is very merciful, Ar-Rahim bil Mu'minin. He wants to collect wood to set fire in their houses. But he said he could not do that because in the house there are children and women. So he has an issue not to set fire. So he is so angry. If Messenger of Allah is get angry, so that level is the emphasis bestowed on the person who makes salah in the at home with obligation. When we go to Hajj, do we pray Sunnah in the hotel or in the mosque? Um, yeah, it is actually Sunnah. What is mentioned in a hadith, Abdullah ibn Amr, when he is traveling, he prevented another person. Is a halatul safar. Halatul safar, meaning is during travel, like you are in the airport, you are in a car, you have some uh, problem, like then you don't need to make sunnah. But once you are in hotel, you are stable, you have enough energy, and you are settled down. There's nothing wrong to make sunnah by on your own. Nothing wrong because it's not that forbidden. It's jaiz because Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, even he travel, he make a salatul bitr. You have to be very mindful. Salatul bitr is another nafila salah. Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did it. So those some scholar they said no. Some scholar, of course, we recognize their scholar, but if person is a stable condition, his condition is not like a musafir, he is settled down, he's in the hotel, he has time, he has energy, and he wants to make sunnah salah, he can make sunnah salah. But his intention is that he is making sunnah as a nafila, not like a, it is just mental function. You have to change your mentation, not like I'm doing 4 raka Dhuhr Sunnah, not like this. You just make 2 raka and more in the time of Zuhr, as if you, because you in your mind you consider I'm a Musafir, I'm at hotel. I want to make Nafila because if I make 1 raka in Masjidul Haram, my reward is 100,000. So and 1,000 in the Masjidul Haram in the Madinatul Munawwara. But you there is a Zohar time, Asr time. Can you make it? Yes, you can make. The intention is not praying Sunnah. Intention should be like a nafila. Because you are a Musafir, but you want to attain more virtue when you are traveling. So that's the way. Some Salah, you just having intention and change it, then is okay. One of the misconception is Salatul Awwabin. Some speaker in our community saying there is no Salah in between Maghrib and Isha. It's not the case. There are hadiths which has not as the name of Awwabin. It's just Qiyamul Layl. Hassan al-Basri, rahimahullah ta'ala, in his opinion, Sahabi used to make Salah between Maghrib and Isha. But name is not awabin. Name is like a nafila. So it depends on intention. You should not keep in your mind that you are targeting a particular ibadah. You do not label it mental function. You just make it. Do not criticize other people if they do it, because it is a mere intention. If you understand in cognition, that's why we say today's lecture in the beginning is a subject of cognition, self cognition, how you consider this act of worship. Is it you are obliged to, you are performing? You are not. You are a traveler. You just change your intention. Okay, I am Musafir. I have a liberty, and that I can make whatever novel I want. That's fine. So you want to make two, you can make two. You can make six, you can make six. You can make. You cannot set a limit. It just. But if you, when you start praying two and two, like make four, and then you get tired and you stop. Someone from distance can say, "Oh, you make sunnah of Zohar Salah in the Makkah because you are a traveler. How come you do that? You are not supposed to." No, no, no. Answer is incorrect. He can do. Intention is different. Your perspective, your intention is different. So person's intention is making ibadah valid, the way he think. So especially as-salah, as-zakah, as-siyam, al-hajj, those intention is important. In the worship, intention is a mental self-recognition of idea connected to a condition and situation, and subjective cognition, cognizant of this thing matter. So if you do it properly, then it's allowed. If you are failed to do it, then it's not allowed. So but it's a good question though. Kunut, calm, always, Allahumma inna nasta'inu. This is, you are coming very late and asking questions. It's already discussed. It's not permissible. As I said, this is not a kunut ratil. Allahumma inna nasta'inu. It is not a kunut of the better. Nobody said it except some scholar belongs to a certain group. But Allahumma hdini fi man hadayt. If without any reason, man praying at home, punishable? No, no, no. Punishable, I cannot answer this thing, but the command is a harsh. I mean, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam want to punish, but he did not punish. So it is not, we cannot say it's punishable, but we can say it is very serious. So a person should try their best to go to the masjid if he has no reason. Mom wants to teach younger boy how to pray. Can she pray with them in Jama'ah? The mother, no, 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 no. Teaching session is different. You can teach your children separately, not in the Salah. Just a teaching session when you teach. But when you make a Jama'ah, a man, if he's present, even the boy is minor, he should be Imam if he is in the reach of that age. The age limit is age of a certainty, understanding. If the child, boy, particularly boy, is the right to be Imam. So if the boy, even though he's 10-year old or 9, but he's extremely talented and smart, he understands Salah, he understands the obligatory part and the rokon part, and he performs, then this boy would be Imam. So this is a different perspective. Now this mother is saying Jama'ah. No, you do not make a Jama'ah with the thing, but you can allow your young boy to pray with you. Because if he is in the learning situation, just let him pray with you, beside you. That's fine. Your Salah is valid. Presence of man beside a woman does not invalidate Salah in correct opinion, even though it's not Sunnah. Like a husband and wife should not pray side by side. But if in case a husband and wife both pray side by side without touching them, then Salah is valid, because It is khilaful awla, khilaf al awla. So in that situation, salah is a rukn, does not say that, or wajib, that who is praying beside you is not a part of salah. So beside anything, it does not invalidate according to correct opinion. So in that case, if the boy can make salah with the mother side by side, is okay. But you don't need to make jama'ah like this. This is not good. You can encourage your children that pray with me, but you are praying uh, on your own. You should not make an intention that you are leading a jama'ah, because a woman cannot lead a man, even though boy is very minor. Be careful. Do not pay attention inappropriately. It is Sharia. You invalidate intentions or invalidate the ibadat. You cannot be very inappropriate in the Jama'ah concept. Jama'ah belongs to women, only women, when it is 5 times Salah. If there is a boy present, then this boy can perform the Salah, then he should be Imam in front of the women. If the boy cannot able to lead prayer or does not know how to pray, then boy can stand behind the women in the back, or can imitate whatever he wants, because he does not know anything. For him, there is no Sharia. It depends on the age group. Bulugh, like if the maturity reach 15 years, and the boy, if has a pubic hair or axillary hair showing, like a boy who has a secondary sexual character based on some hair grow around his private part or in the axillary in the then, or he has the nocturnal emission of semen at night time started, then he is a mature. That mature boys cannot pray beside this thing regularly. But this minor who is not an adult, who is not in that age, very little, they can pray, like a children can stay with mother, vice versa. If the girl can stay with the dad and boy can stay with mom, but this is not considered as a jama'ah. Jama'ah is when a perfect condition is set. All the jama'ah is the women jama'ah. But if the boy is in the home, very little, he can join, but he is not part of the jama'ah. That's the correct understanding. It may be different, but I do not have any other opinion in that case. It's very complicated. Learning purposes, you can allow, but do not make a jama'ah with the boy. Rather, boy should lead the jama'ah. That is more appropriate. So it has a two dimension of this question. It's a very good question, though. But the thing is that if the boy is too little, then perform whatever they want, because he doesn't know anything. He is like a kid. He has no understanding. Then he imitate his mother or brother, whatever. Same as the small girl who pray beside the father in the masjid. Is it allowed? Yes, it's allowed, because he is a small girl. He is not a puberty. She is not hide. He is not in the 15-year-old, or she's secondary sexual character is not exhibited or erupted. So she can pray with the father. His salat is valid. Father and the daughter side by side. But who is leading the jama'ah? Is a male. That's the point. So the male, then we call it jama'ah. But other than jama'ah is designated only for women only. But if the boy is there, can join. Allah knows best. This is a fatwa. We do not go in very details, because this is not the platform to discuss fiqh issue with this thing. And I need to see some books to check the correct answer, because in the religion, opinion has no space to put this religious material. But whatever the easy, we should take it evidence based. I think we are at the end of the what is the question? What part of Texas you are in? I am in Dallas and the city named Irving. So I think let me recap all the question if I cover. Do not, if this is a cut-off time, we have to Jazakallahu khairan wa iyyakum. Ramadan time, tahajjud is not allowed as we pray Taraweeh. This is a very good question. You have to put it this way. When you make Salatul Taraweeh, your intention, you are following a sunnah of Taraweeh. In your mental function, cognition, you are assuming this is Taraweeh. I'm following the Sunnah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and I making ihtisab. Ihtisab meaning is hoping Allah will reward in exchange of worship. It's called ihtisaban. Man qama fi Ramadana ihtisaban ghufira lahu ma taqaddama min dhanbi. If you make Taraweeh, it's a separate hadith, to make ihtisab. If you want to make it, then you make a mental intention that you are making Taraweeh, which is the evidence-based, how many rak'ah you know. 8 and 3, right? 2 to 8. That's it. Now you want to do additional, anytime you can, because this is not haram in the night time to pray. You can. You wake up in the night time and you want to make additional another 2 and another 4. It's up to you. It's allowed. But you are not praying Taraweeh. You are praying something else. So ideally, Taraweeh should be prayed at the end of the night. That was the practice of Umar radiallahu anhu, who started Taraweeh in Jama'ah. But the people shifted that tradition to the end of the Isha. So end of the Isha originally was not designated for the time of Taraweeh. Taraweeh time actually time of Tahajjud. That's why some scholars said if you make Taraweeh, you don't need to make Tahajjud. Depend on time. Be careful, time. Now you make Taraweeh in the masjid because you want to get reward of Jama'ah. This is the only ibadah. Jama'ah is a sunnah. And Sheikh Albani encouraged women to go masjid only for Taraweeh. Be careful, my dear sister. Do you know what our favorite Sheikh said regarding going to masjid for women? He said, rahmatullah alayhi, he said it that women supposed to go to the masjid only for Taraweeh. This is the Sheikh. This is our Sheikh, he said. Because this is a sunnah. Even for women to make Taraweeh at the masjid is a sunnah. As he said. Because Tamim ad-Dari radiallahu anhu was the imam for the women in the Masjid al-Nabawi. And he encouraged. But he did not encourage to go to the masjid for Jum'ah. He did not. Because that's not from Sunnah. But if you go, it's valid. So it depends. So reviving Sunnah, Taraweeh Jama'ah is a Sunnah. It's another separate Sunnah. Men, women alike. And area is masjid. You want to make i'tikaf, even women, masjid, not home. Taraweeh, even in the masjid. So this is the Sunnah. Other are allowed. It depends on subjective. You think that you have an opportunity to go to Jum'ah as a woman, you are allowed. Nobody prevent you. You get reward, alhamdulillah. You listen khutbah to get more reward. But you cannot ignore the other rights. That's the main point. So going masjid for a woman is like not a mandatory like a man. But if you go, you will be rewarded for your good deed, basically, even in Jum'ah, no problem. But the the scholar in Islam who has more understanding of the Quran and Hadith, they do not ask that the women must go like a man. Because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not say the house he wants to set fire, those people who doesn't go to the masjid for Jama'ah. He said, I cannot set fire because women are in the house. So you have to think that way. But at the same time, women are in the Masjid al-Nabawi in the time of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam all the time. Even the wife of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ummahatul Muslimin, they are also in the masjid. So women are masjid all the way around. In the Fajr Salah, in the Salatul Isha, particular two Salah, the women are going the masjid and highly encouraged. If you go to Fajr Salah as a woman, and if you go to Isha Salah in the masjid as a woman, is highly good thing, not bad, because this is the practice of Salihat, those who righteous ancestors in Islam, Sahabiyat, those women, they go to Masjid al-Nawawi in the Fajr Salatul Subh and in the Salatul Isha. That's the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam here. The children are crying in the masjid. He used to short the Salah. So these two waqt. But in the daytime, in the Dhuhr and Asr, when men are more prevalent, there is no good amount of evidence that this time the women are going to the masjid that frequently. They stay in the home. So considering these two traditions, with whatever, it is not forbidden. It is jawaz. Something in fiqh we call it like a permissible. Jaiz, permissible. But encouraged one is different. Okay, so that's the way how it is. Kunut, I do not know. Kunut is a kunut within the masjid to play punishable. Mom wants to teach. We got the answer. Element. Hajj. Umrah. I answered this. Started surah, finished one rakah, then heard azan. I do not know. It is if you are in that area, your salah is valid. You don't need to take over. Azan is not a condition to break up your salah. No, your salah is the condition if you break a condition. For example, you make a tayammum. This situation is hardly can. Now, if a person has access to water, he cannot make tayammum if he can use the water. But if you are sick, bedridden and you paralyzed or you are extreme disability, you cannot use the water because at this point you do not have any person to assist you. Then without wudu, your tayammum is valid for your salah. But when you are making salah, your brother and sister or your mahram entered into the room and said, I can help you, then immediately your salah is gone because now you can use the water. Your tayammum became invalid because excess of water break the tayammum. Excess of water break the tayammum. When you have no tayammum, then you break the condition of the salah. So you have to make the salah again from the beginning to the end, making new wudu with the help of other person. So that's the question. The I forgot which the question was. The a condition. Allah Mustaan. I forgot the question. Which one I answering? Okay. Anyway, so I answered this. Raka only on beneficial. The Allahumma hdini fiman hadayt. Because in this dua, see, this is the problem. The Hisnul Muslim did not mention la manja minka illa ilayk at the end of the kunut. So you have to add la manja illa ilayk, la manja or la malja illa ilayk, and Salat ala Nabi, wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin or wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. So when you make salawat ala Nabi, you are also encouraged to give salam to Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So salam and salawat is two different, apple and orange. Both can be given with connection of ataf, wow. This phrase you can use it, but only thing is when you're making salawat ala Nabi, you cannot say Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina. There is no Sayyidina in the salawat. Is incorrect. And Maulana Muhammad, also not correct. Maulana and Sayyidina, you cannot use in the Salat ala Nabi, Durud Sharif. So that one is missing in this kunut. So, Tabarakta Rabbana wa ta'alayta La manja minka illa ilayk wa sallallahu. Can we say more than one sana? I answered this, you can. But one at a time is the best for the regular practice. But especially night salah, you can add more sana. This is a sunnah for night salah. How to overcome waswasa? This is the question. Okay, very important, and please pay attention. If you have a mental illness, named obsessive compulsive disorder, it is an illness, it is a marad, a nafsi, a person who cannot make wudu, istinja properly. Because I have a patient in New York, may Allah give him a shifa, Ameen. So he is the one adult, he goes to the bathroom, washroom, and he cannot purify himself from the urine after his urination or micturition because he is thinking a drop of urine is coming. So this is an obsession. In the context of sickness, then you need a treatment. The treatment is SSRI, fluvoxamine, one of the tablet you can take. This is very good in obsessive compulsive disorder. Then Zoloft is the one, very good, also in this context, and also some other therapy. If you can, a person, you have to check with psychiatrists whether you have an obsession. If you have an obsession, whether your door is locked or not, and whether you check your stove, whether you wash your hand repeatedly, which is obsession, and a compulsion, you have a different thought all the time. You think, oh, I'm not praying. So every day, every waqt, every time you have a confusion, that is not a waswasa that A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim will prevent. No, you need additional thing only. You need ta'awuz, a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim plus medication. Such a person, you need to get a cure. One is illness, one is disturbance by the shaitan. Now, shaitan is a metaphysical existence. Allah, one of the Allah's creation of a shaitan, who recognized his Rabb. Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala created Iblis and his generation, and they have a extraordinary capacity to run in our nervous system, in our internal system, as Hadith is saying, "Ma tajri in the dam, ila dam, tajri." The shaitan has the capacity to flow in the vein of a human. This is symbolic expression Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam give, because Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is not a biological scientist. He give an assumption that what is the impact of shaitan? Shaitan always come to you in the salah and he put you in a challenge. So common challenge is rak'ah. If you have a waswasa, how many rak'ah you done? But out of Salah, you are fine. Only during Salah, then you do not have OCD. What you have a waswasa min shaitan. Now, in that case, as you said, you have to speak 3 times. 3 times. So if you have another person beside you praying, then you put the napkin. Let me see, I have a napkin. So you keep a napkin, always keep a napkin in your pocket or in your vicinity. So you make salasa marrat 3 times in the napkin, and you hold the spit and put it in your pocket if you are a male. But spitting in the salah, it is sunnah. I don't know any in my life I had ever chance to see my native Bangladeshi brother, or of course I don't see the sister how they pray, but this is a sunnah. This is a sunnah. This sunnah is coming from Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. You are joking with this? You hate sunnah. You came America and you hate because it does not go your logic. It does not go etiquettes of your hygiene. Allah musta'an. Do not hate sunnah. Do not. You don't do, that's fine. Do not criticize a sunnah, particular sunnah muta'alliq ibadah. If the sunnah is connected to prayer, this is from Allah. You have a waswasa, you have a confusion. You can make spit 3 times on the left side. Fine, alhamdulillah. For example, you are making salah. You cannot recite certain ayah. You stuck. You cannot remember. Waswasa. 3 times. Salasa marrat. But you are not allowed to spit right side. You are not allowed to spit in the front. This is the 2 side is blocked. But left side is there. This practice is a sunnah established, and in the waswasa, you should practice it. Because your waswasa is the creation of Allah. In the taqdeer perspective, all activities of makhlukat is the creation of Allah. Allah is not connected directly that evil, what is apparent evil. It is not absolute evil. It has a reason. We do not know that secret. This is part of al-ghaib. Why you pray and your mind disappear? It is a secret. It's al-ghaib. Maybe Allah is testing you. It's ibtila. Allah wants you to how you make a jihad, how you make hijrah. What is hijrah? There is a hijrah, change your mind status, mental hijrah. You struggle your mental state from different level to different level. This is you. It is a better hijrah than physical do hijrah in this context. And it is a jihad, it is a struggle, it is a migration, whatever want to say, but it is, and all human beings are subject to waswasa, including Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So coming to the waswasa, meaning is confusion. It is from shaitan, number 1, and once you have a waswasa, you can do sunnah. But if you do not speak, it's okay. It's not obligation. No scholar said spitting is an obligation. Spitting is a sunnah. If you do not do it, then it's fine. But you can make a dua for waswasa, which is A'udhu billahi minash shaitanur rajim. This is seeking refuge to Allah by this. It is the tawawuz different than reciting Quran in the Salah. That one is done by two ways. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم من همزه نفخه النفث أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم من همزه ونفخه النفث بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. That is the tawawuz you should practice when you recite Quran in the Salah, outside of the Salah. That is Sunnah. But if you do not make it, you make A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim, then you are missing the reward. Your tawawuz is valid, but you are missing the reward. So, tawawuz of waswasa and tawawuz when you making angry, when you are very upset and anger, you can say A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim. This is also a sunnah and is important. Another waswasa in this salah, you can make A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim one time. That's it. But spitting 3 times. But do not repeat this thing. What you should do, you continue with the salah. Then if you think that raka is confusing, then take the minimum raka as a foundation. So suppose you have a confusion 3 or 4. Usually people has confusion in the 3 or 4. Then you keep the minimum. You consider is as 3. When you have a conflict between 3 and 4. You have a conflict between 2 and 3, then keep 2 as done. If you have a confusion between 1 and 2, keep as 1. In fact, you are correct, but you are forgetful. So you did an additional rakah. Instead of making 2 rakah, at the end of the day, you made 3 rakah. You are making 5 rakah. You are making 4 rakah in Maghrib because you are adding additional rakah out of fear that you're missing because of aswasa. Is correct, no problem. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Same as tawaf. When you go to Hajj, when you're making tawaf around Baitullah al-Haram, Sab'a Ashwat, 7 times, then you have a confusion. How many times you circle? You take minimum 3, then onward. So in the Salah, if you have a waswasa based on raka number, then keep the minimum and fill it up additional at the end of the salah. Okay, so you can do, but you have to make sajda suhu, because confusion in the salah mandate a sajda sahu. Any confusion is up to you, but it is not an obligation, it is a sunnah. So if you are confused in the salah, then it is okay to make sajda sahu based on Sheikh Al-Albani rahimahullah. He said even doubt or sunnah, if you miss it, you can make sajda sahu. It's not wajib that only wajib you should make sajda sahu. Sajda sahu is a sunnah. You can use it as a covering up for confusion. But if you don't do it, that's fine. But if you make additional rakah because of the doubt, waswasa, then you have to practice it. And sometime spitting you practice. Before we disappear from the earth, what sunnah Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought us in this dunya. Wala takrahu. Allah says in his book, don't hate. Whatever we used to hate, fahuwa khairul lakum. It is good for you. We do not understand. We do not understand the hikmah, the wisdom of the worship. This is divine. This is beyond our human capacity to analogical approach to validate whether you like it or not. There is no scientific unit of terms and scientific way to measure this thing. You cannot. You cannot say, I make ruku and sujud, my blood supply, a carotid artery provide more oxygen to my brain. It's nonsense. It is not even allowed to say this. Physical benefit is not connected to ibadat. Unless Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, we are not authorized to say it. So worship is a metaphysical activity. Shaitan stay inside our nose. Shaitan urinate in our ear when we are sleeping. This is metaphysical. It is the part of al-ghaib. There is no translation of the word al-ghaib. Many people translate as unseen. Unseen is not al-ghaib. Unseen meaning is ghairi mushahada. You cannot see, but it exists. Is al-ghaib meaning is it exists, but we cannot perceive, we cannot estimate, we cannot quantify, we cannot understand the existence, the physical existence, or how it mechanized. This is al-ghaib. So translation of al-ghaib is al-ghaib. There is no translation for this. So waswasa, every human being are subject to, because it is came from the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the ultimate example for us. We are not above him in terms of worship. If anything happened to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his life, we are sure as a human, we will also be inflicted, probably, I cannot say surely, because again is subject to al-ghaib, but is a high probability in your whole life you will have a waswasa 1 or 2 times, possible. But how do you make up? I give all the ways. So I give a disease part. If it is chronic, middle-aged women, what we call suchi bai. Suchi bai, it is not a good word to mention, because suchi bai, bai meaning is bayu. সংস্কৃত তৎসম একটি শব্দ। বাতাসকে আপনি গালি দিচ্ছেন সুচি বাই বলে, এটা গুনাহ হবে, এটি শিরক। বাতাসকে গালি দেওয়া শিরক। আপনি সুচি বাই বলছেন, আপনি একটি শিরক করছেন। আপনি বলছেন যে বায়ুটি অশুদ্ধ, ভুল। বাতাসের কোনো দোষ নাই, বাতাস আপনাকে এই ইলনেস এনে দেয় না। এটা একটা কুসংস্কার, অবৈজ্ঞানিক দেশীয় সংস্কৃতি। যে সংস্কৃতি আমাদের মাঝে আছে সেগুলো আসলে হিন্দু ধর্ম থেকে উৎসারিত, এবং তাদের কুসংস্কারগুলো বদল হয়ে মুসলিম সমাজে এসেছে এবং মুসলিমরা সেটাকে ব্যবহার করে। এতে যে টার্মিনোলজি তে কিছু মুস্তালাহাত সাংঘর্ষিক, সূচিবাই, এটা বলাটা ভুল। এই কিছু কিছু কথা আছে, এগুলো আসলে ধর্ম বিরোধী, এগুলো শরিয়া বিরোধী, অবমাননাকর, ব্লেসফেম, বললে গুনাহ হবে। যেমন বিসমিল্লাহ গালাত, আউযু বিল্লাহি মিনাশ শাইতানির রাজিম। একজন মানুষ তার জীবনে যত অপরাধ করতে পারে, এই অপরাধের মতো অপরাধ আর সে করতে পারবে না, এর থেকে বেশি। সে কি বলছে আরবি ভাষায়? বলছে যে আল্লাহর নামটাই ভুল। বিসমিল্লাহু গালদুন, গালাদ এটা আরবি শব্দ। গালাদ মিনিং ইজ ভুল, এটার অপোজিট দিদ্দা হচ্ছে সাওয়াব, সহিহ। গালাদ, গালাদ মিনিং ইজ রং, খাতা। আপনি বলছেন বিসমিল্লাহ মানে ইসমুল্লাহি তাআলা, আপনি বলতে চাচ্ছেন যে আল্লাহ শব্দটাই ভুল, এই কথাটা বলছেন। এই কথা বলে যে একটা অপরাধ করছেন, এই অপরাধ থেকে তাওবা ছাড়া আর কোনো মুক্তি নাই। কারণ এটা কনস্টিটিউট এ শিরকুল আকবার। কারণ আপনি মুখে বলছেন যে আল্লাহ শব্দটাই ভুল, বিসমিল্লাহি গালাদ, আউযু বিল্লাহি মিনাশ শাইতানির রাজিম। এই হলো আপনার সংস্কৃতি। এই সুলতানাতে বাঙ্গালা, যেটি গিয়াসউদ্দিন আজম শাহ সুলতানি আমলে ইখতিয়ার উদ্দিন মোহাম্মদ বখতিয়ার খিলজি আসার পর থেকে এই বাংলাতে ইসলামটা এসেছে, তার ভেতরে সংস্কৃতির যে অপসংস্কৃতি ঢুকে পড়েছে, এটির একটি উদাহরণ দিলাম। সেটি হচ্ছে এই মানে বিসমিল্লাহ গালাত। আরেকটা কি, মক্কার মানুষ হজ পায় না। আউযু বিল্লাহি মিনাশ শাইতানির রাজিম। মক্কা শব্দ দিয়ে যদি কোনো মানুষ কোনো কটূক্তি করে, তার অপরাধ, আল্লাহু আকবার, আল্লাহু আকবার। মক্কা শব্দ এটা সেক্রেট। আল্লাহ তাবারক ওয়া তাআলা মক্কাকে অত্যন্ত পছন্দ করেছেন। মক্কা শব্দ দিয়ে কুরআনুল কারীমে আয়াত এসেছে, আর আপনি বলছেন মক্কার মানুষ হজ পায় না। আপনি কটাক্ষ করছেন, একটা ইবাদত নিয়ে যোগ করছেন, একটা ইবাদত নিয়ে আপনি আল্লাহর সাথে প্রতারণা করছেন। ইস্তিহাজ ফিদ্দিন, ইসলাম থেকে বের হয়ে যাওয়ার যে 10টি কারণ রয়েছে, এর একটা কারণ হচ্ছে ইসলামের কোনো জিনিস নিয়ে জোকিং করা। ইউ মেক, আই এম সরি, আই এম মেকিং ইন বেঙ্গলি, it's a Mokka, it is a phrase. I wish my children, our youngsters, should not practice this nonsense from my community. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying, this is very important. Certain thing with Allah you cannot use. একটি কি, আমার আল্লাহ, আমার আল্লাহ বলে কোনো শব্দ নাই। মাই আল্লাহ, there is no phrase in Arabic, there is no phrase in Quran, there is no phrase in dua. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. The word Allah is sacred. You cannot say Amar Allah. How do you construct a murakkab idafi, murakkab like a fi'l, jumla, my Allah? How? You cannot. You have to say my Rabb. Allah Tabaraka Ta'ala, he gave a permission to use his name Ar-Rabb to connect you with your personal pronoun, which is my, Amar Rabb. আপনি বলছেন আমার আল্লাহ, আপনি এটি বলতে পারেন না। My Allah is not appropriate, is blasphemy to Allah. Is doing ruqya by someone permissible, or going to someone to get rid of evil eye? It depends. A ruqya better to use by himself or herself. That's the best thing to do, because there's more rewarding than asking others to make ruqya onto you. The practice of the ruqya has a two aspect. One is practicing by yourself, another one is someone else is doing. So first level is whatever you can, you made it. Then is the best ruqya ever you can. Then if you asking another person, then if you are a female, you need a mahram to a guy who is doing a ruqya. It should be your father, mother, or sister, or son who is mahram to make ruqya onto you. But if it is al-ghayru mahram, then it is better not to seek ruqya from the ghayru mahram. Why? You recite ruqya by translation, looking at the pronunciation by paper if you want to. Or if you are unable, then ask your husband and wife, vice versa, to recite for you. That's fine. But the evil eye, if someone else is which is not mahram, he make a ruqya from distance, it is actually, in my opinion, again, it is a subject of fatwa. Scholarly opinion is required, but it is not correct way. Because ruqya is a treatment. Treatment is a sunnah. But you have an obligation to follow the commandment that you segregate as a female not to go. But if you are a man, you have access to go anywhere, then you can ask imam, sheikh, make ruqya for you. That's fine. Because, but for the women is a different case. So the women has the limitation of mobility and seeking permission for ruqya for other people to get rid of evil eye. Best to do it by themselves because she is a woman, or our male associate who is a mahram close to it, they can recite. It is the best thing. Is it going ruqya by someone permissible? Yes, if it is man and is going to get through, yeah, it's permissible. There's no problem. It depends, Rukia, if you consider this person is an sheikh, imam, or he is more knowledge than you understand he is more righteous than you are thinking that Allah, Tabaraka Ta'ala, will listen to his dua, then it is permissible to ask dua and istighfar other than you. Not all, because in our community, we have a tradition asking dua for anyone. Bhai, dua korben. Dua is not a paikari potol or paikari alu begun. এটা এভাবে চাওয়া যায় না. Nowadays we saw the Hindu people also asking dua for Muslim. Why? Dua has a misunderstanding of the dua. You cannot ask generally, like a commonly. You have to be specific target population to specific way to communicate with certain individual. Ask dua. If you think that person is more righteous than you and more knowledgeable and he fear Allah according to your knowledge. But if you see this person does not follow the commandment of Allah and he does not follow the Sharia, his knowledge is not good, his righteousness is not that much, then why you are asking dua for him? Because you give a $10 to a fukara, to a poor person, you are not supposed to ask dua from the poor, because there is no evidence that poor dua is accepted by Allah because he is a poor. Dua is not subject to poor and rich. It has no connectivity or logical reasoning that somebody is a poor and his dua is going to be accepted. Dua is going to be accepted. It is subject to al-ghaib. We do not know. Number one, al-ghaib. Number two, seeking dua according to the understanding mafhumul hadith from the companion, that they used to seek dua righteous people, not ordinary. It is not. Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu asking Ibn Abbas, Abdullah ibn Abbas, is the uncle, Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib, Abbas, the uncle of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that asks, make dua for rain. Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu is asks dua. Why is Al-Qarn al-Yamani? There is a righteous tabi'un who mawjudan in Biladul Yemen, who came for Hajj after a long time. And Umar radiallahu anhu, he went to him, why is Al-Qarn, and asked dua from him. This is specific. So dua not be paikari, meaning it's common. Dua should be specific. So ruqya is kind of a dua. So it should be specific, highly specific. So, Assalamu alaikum, is it false to cover women's feet during prayer? We already answered this question. The covering feet is a aura considered by scholar. We are following the book Sifatu Salat al-Nabi min al-Takbir al-Taslim in a standing position, al-halatul qiyam, al-halatul qiyam. But when the positions change, the hukum change. A hukum is not static because it's virtually impossible to cover their feet with a long dress. You cannot, because then you cannot walk. Your dress should be long enough that it drags the floor. That's the length of the dress allowed in Sunnah for women. And for men, isbal. Isbal, meaning is you raise your dress above the ankle. In the Salah, a special instruction. Someone criticized that somebody fold the pen during Salah. You should not criticize because uh, the isbal, if someone cover their below ankle in the Salah, has a special hadith for this, only for Salah. And outside of the Salah is another command. So two different things. So do not mix both in the same boat. The issue of isbal for the man in the salah is separate. In the salah, if somebody folded the pen, good, alhamdulillah, tahseen is not bad. Why you criticize? You should not criticize. Because we cannot criticize which is good for us, good for fid dunya wal akhirah. This is from divine. So similarly, the women dress when they pray, especially in the prayer, they should cover. So if your cloth is not long enough, then wear socks. You wear socks and cover. That's fine. So buy a sock, soft socks, and then you cover. No problem. This is the sunnah. Now there is a debate whether it is an aura or not. There's a debate. We do not want to go in that level because debate is debate. A scholarly opinion exists, and this is not the crowd to discuss this thing. We are not here to say halal and haram. I think we cover. Barakallah fiqh. May Allah reward all of you that those who attend the lecture, this lecture, inshallah, and this lecture material is very like a rare, but I want to give you a heads up. The summarized version of the Prophet's prayer described in the online abdurrahman.org. You can download, it's free. Our famous brother who died in Saudi Arabia, Burbang, rahimahullah, rahmatan wasiyah. This is the brother who translated in English language with the Talkhis Sifatu Salat al-Nabi. May Allah reward him. He is no more in this dunya. He was in the bus, the Saudi Arabia during Hajj time, and the bus got fire, and the brother died in the bus. He translated many books. So he is the one who gives free. Other book in Amazon.com, especially a text, you can buy it online and read it. Because this is the book you need it for whole life. You need, your children need. This is essential book. You can buy 4 books or 5 books. All of your family member each has their own book. Because this is deen, subject to learn. Only thing is in the page of the book, something you may not understand because it's a phrase are the very complicated. Sheikh Albani, rahimahullah, he put an ocean in a coffee cup. That's, I said it. He put an ocean of knowledge in a coffee cup, which an ordinary person cannot hold. Is so immense. This is the book I got changed. I give my secret to this crowd. How I became my aqidah in the Salaf Salihin, in the Quran and Sunnah. I was like a Hanafi, a Bangladeshi ordinary person. So one brother gave me that book a long time ago. That book is the book Sifatu Salat al-Nabi. And this book I read in original Arabic. Then I got scared and I changed for my life. The book changed my life. This book is changed me. I don't know, this book changed how many people. This book, I'm grateful to the Sheikh. Because of this book, I discarded all the tradition, all the etiquettes, manners of the worship, ubudiyah and Tawheed. and the Quran, Mafhumul Hadith, everything. The book, the sentence I wrote, I read, the Sheikh wrote that Raful Yadain before ruku and qabla ruku sabitan عند hadith mutawatir, hadithan mutawatir. This Raful Yadain before ruku and after ruku is the hadith mutawatir. This is the sentence. It's changed my life. Can you imagine? A sentence changed my life. I was mentally upset for 1 week when I read this sentence first time in my life. That raising hand before ruku, after ruku is mutawatir hadith. Mutawatir hadith, the level of mutawatir hadith is level of Quran. My dear listeners, any hadith, when muhaddis is saying hadithun mutawatir, that means it is like a Quran, because the Quran establishes mutawatir, meaning is a narration repeatedly recited, narrated, same phrase unaltered in a certain time in the human civilization, that collectively all the narrators and reciters cannot make mistake. That is the essence of mutawatir. So when I read this sentence in the book, that this Raful Yadain before ruku, after ruku is a mutawatir, I was caught, and I feel shame, and I want to share with my crowd that this is the way how it changed my life, and this is the driving sentence I read in my life, and I'm grateful to the author who wrote this book. This is Sheikh Al-Albani rahmahullah rahmatan wasi'ah, and this is the book. It is a book. It is not written in a way up until now. It's like a more than 1400 years about Salah. All the ahadith, all the evidence he collected and he sorted and assimilated and arranged in a way that if a person who is praying according to that book, as if he is imitating the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam up until now. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Know Tawheed First, and press the bell icon to get new video notifications.